Hello, hello. I'm sorry I'm late, but I'm here. Oh, of course. I'm trying to log into all my things and everything's logged out naturally. Hi, everyone. Hi. Okay, I do probably need my glasses, but we're gonna try to get through this without them. Alright, I just want to make sure I didn't miss any of your Venmos. I don't want to accidentally skip somebody. I gotta log into PayPal because some of y'all sent PayPals. Why is this so complicated? Hi everyone, welcome. For those of you just joining, we are doing flash readings today. And if you would like to receive a reading, you can drop a donation on my Venmo or PayPal. And they're both linked in my bio. And we'll go ahead and get... Oh, my friends are here. Hi, everyone. Hi. Once you drop your donation in Venmo, you can put your question... I know who you are, Bunny Burnout, don't worry. You can put your question in the question box. If you put it in the chat, I will probably lose track of it because my brain just can't keep up with the chat. It'd be cool if there was a way to do that from my computer while still going live from my phone, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. Hi, everyone. And just a reminder, we're not doing medical or legal advice questions today, but you can ask me just about anything else, about your guides, about your spiritual disciplines or spiritual development, about your spirit guides, ancestors. We'll probably do an ancestor-specific Flash Friday in October. Good morning, everyone. So before we begin, I'm going to invite you, if you're watching, to relax into your seat. Close your eyes. And together, let's take 3 big deep breaths in through our noses and out through our mouths. Good. Keep taking those big, deep breaths with me as I call in the spirits. From the East, who connects us to our mental acuity, I call upon the element of air and the good medicine, blessings, and protection that come from the East. Welcome. We ask that you assist us in facilitating a good and strong container for truth, clarity, wisdom, and protection today. Welcome good medicine that comes from the East. From the South, who connects us to our creativity, passion, sensuality, and sexuality. I call upon the element of fire and the good medicine, blessings, and protection that come from the South. Welcome. We ask that you assist us in facilitating a good and strong container for truth, clarity, wisdom, and protection today. Welcome good medicine that comes from the south, from the west, who connects us to our emotions, the dream world, the dead, and fluidity. I call upon the element of water and the good medicine, blessings, and protection that come from the west. Welcome. We ask that you assist us in facilitating a good and strong container for truth, clarity, wisdom, and protection today. Welcome good medicine that comes from the west. From the north, who connects us to our physicality, the material world, resources, and cultivation. We call upon the element of earth and the good medicine, blessings, and protection that come from the north. Welcome. We ask that you assist us in facilitating a good and strong container for truth, clarity, wisdom, and protection today. Welcome good medicine that comes from the north. From above, we draw down the golden light of Creator, down from the heavens, into our crowns, moving down through our bodies, plunging into the soil, and connecting deep into the center of our good Mother Earth. We welcome this golden light as it neutralizes all that does not serve us in this moment. We thank you, Creator, for your great dreaming and for our lives. From below, we draw up the silvery center of this good earth, up through the soil, into our bodies, moving up through our crowns, stretching high into the heavens. We welcome this silver light as it neutralizes all that does not serve us in this moment. We thank you, great above and great below. From the center, we rest our hands on our hearts. We breathe deeply into our bellies. And we listen to the seventh direction within us. We thank ourselves for rising this morning, for meeting this day, its challenges, and its blessings. benevolent spirits of the cosmos, our Father Sun, our Grandmother Moon, our good Mother Earth, ascended ancestors, wise and well, good spirits, guardians, gods and guides who surround, support, and uplift each and every one of us gathered here today. We thank you for being with us now. We thank you for your blessings and your protections now and always. We thank you for your wisdom, guidance, and truth through both the shadows and the light. We thank you, Creator and Creatrix, for this moment. And we thank all the versions of ourselves, past, present, future, and beyond, for aligning here now. May our hearts be open, and may we be ever present to receive. That bell just does something for me. My nose is already running. Why? I took my allergy medicine today, and yet here we are. All right, my dears, let's get started. I'm going to go through the questions and start pulling cards. Okay. All right. Evil Girl, I really love your screen name. Hi, Kaitlyn and Ava. Recently, a lot of hurt from my childhood has resurfaced. Excuse me. And I'm having a hard time with it and relationships in general. Was just wanting any messages my guides may have. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Okay, let's get into it. Oh. All right, the spirits are telling me to pull from Offerings Oracle for you. And we're going to pull three cards. Raise your hand if you have Offerings Oracle and you love it. That's it, cut the deck. Okay. Also, folks, if you're just joining us, please be sure once you've completed your donation to drop your questions in the question box right here, because if you put it in the chat, I will lose track of it. Am I reading reversals? No. Okay. Some of my favorite cards have come up for you today, Evil Girl. Starting with the bottom of the deck, which is water. So this has actually been coming up a little bit. It came up a little bit yesterday during Moon Shadow's Spirit Salon. And one of the first recommendations that I can make to you, this is more of a spiritual remedy than a practical one, is to consider beginning a regimen of spiritual baths to help support you in navigating through all of the feels that are coming up as these memories start to unsurface and you're in the process of unpacking them and figuring out what is it that I'm supposed to know and do with all of this stuff now that it's here. I think a baño blanco would be a very supportive spiritual bath for you. I think there's instructions on my blog for how to do a baño blanco, and if you can't find it, like send me an email or a DM, but it's a milk bath. And what I love about baño blanco is that, yes, it is cleansing and clearing, but it is also deeply nourishing and nurturing. There's a very maternal energy that comes from that bath that offers us a certain compassion and care that we are in need of in certain moments in our lives. It feels like doing 3 of these in a row. So looking at your calendar, when can I dedicate 3 nights or 3 whatever times of day to this spiritual medicine is going to be particularly helpful for you. I find that baño blanco, in addition to being cleansing and nurturing, it also helps us with regulating our nervous system, regulating our emotions, so that we're able to see and understand them more clearly. It doesn't suppress our emotions. You probably will cry, but crying is medicine too. If you can't bathe in a tub, like soak your body in a tub, you can always do it bucket style, stand in the shower and pour it over your head. So that is an option for you. So homework assignment 1 is baño blanco 3 days in a row. It feels like starting on the new moon would be particularly potent, which makes sense because the moon card came up for you as well. If you can't start it by the new moon, I think that's Monday. That's okay. Perhaps start it on a Monday, because Monday, lunes, lunar, it feels like aligning your spiritual bath remedy with the moon is going to be particularly supportive for you at this time. The next 2 cards that I pulled for you are prayer and dance. And got it. Your spirits are encouraging you to share all of the complicated things that you are experiencing with them through prayer, asking them for support through prayer. And prayer is one of those things, it's kind of like vitamins. You can't just take them one time and then expect to experience the benefits. Prayer is something that we need to do with consistency on a daily basis, especially when we are in seasons of struggle or when we are in seasons of really needing something. There's a big petition that's on our table. It's speaking to your spirits, and it feels like praying the rosary will be supportive to you. Dom of Queer Catholic Mystic just posted something on Threads about how if the prayers of the rosary itself are not resonant with you, that's okay. What prayers can you create on your own in order to still engage with this repetitive, trance-like prayer cycle? That's the real gift of the rosary, the power and potency of repetition, and how that action of keeping track and saying the same things over and over again lulls us into a very meditative trance-like state where we are open to receiving the wisdom, the blessings, the support of our good spirits, along with some guidance, some inspiration, some direction. And engaging with that type of prayer practice is going to be very helpful for you. Last but not least, of course, is the dance card, and it feels like physical activity is going to be another helpful way for you to channel through all this stuff that's coming up right now, whether it's literally dancing around your living room, perhaps it is an intentional movement practice of any kind, stretching, yoga, like maybe you're a Pilates type of person, or you like to run. Love that for you. But engaging in physical activity intentionally is also going to help you process some of that stuff that's coming up, because the beauty of engaging with the physical activity that we enjoy, be it dance or other, is that much like the repetition of the rosary, it's in engaging with this physical activity that we are lulled into this trance-like meditative state once again, and we're able to receive the support, the wisdom, the guidance of our spirits. It feels like a lot of what you're experiencing is resting right here And moving your body is going to help kind of like get some of that stuff up and out and help you figure out like, okay, what do I do with this now? I see it here. What do I do with this now? Rather than sitting like the Four of Pentacles, Tiny King, like all tight, holding the coins so tight, feet stamped on the ground so tight. Movement is going to help release some of that stuff that's coming up. And by releasing it doesn't necessarily mean that it's just gone now and you're over it, but you know what to do with it. And you know what steps you need to take afterwards. Your spirits love you. And I see them like squeezing your shoulder. They're like, don't give up on yourself. They're like, don't give up on yourself yet. Or at all. Don't give up on yourself. Ooh. All right, let's see who's next. Past life witch. Okay, looking for info on land spirits or any other spirit guides want to come through. Yeah. Oh, I just spilled. Again, we're using Offerings Oracle. It's funny, I use this deck a lot in my personal practice. But, I mean, when I'm in readings with clients, I hardly use decks at all. But today, this one is just very active. It was very active yesterday, too. Also, I don't think I turned off the coupon code for Offerings Oracle, so you might still be able to use the code So Cute on my website to get 15% off. That's it. Okay. Okay. Past life witch. Your land spirits that you are in service to. Got it. The land spirits that you are called to be in service to will reveal themselves once you offer them good ceremony. You offer them good ceremony. There's a need. I'm sensing this need. When it comes to our lands, when it comes to the land spirits we commune with, sure, sometimes there might be some land-based or elemental spirits on our court. But when it comes to the land spirits of the place that we inhabit, they're not really ours. They might decide that we are theirs and that we may be in service to them. But it takes more effort on our parts to build good relationship with them, because often they are untrusting, which makes sense given the 400 year history of Turtle Island, which goes beyond the last 400 years, but it was the last, 1492 where things became a problem. What they are sharing with me is that there's a need for good ceremony and performance-based ceremony. They want you to dance. Dance is the theme today. They would like you to dance for them, but first start with a good limpia, a good ritual cleansing of yourself, a good ritual cleansing of the environment, be it, your home or apartment. If there's any outdoor area, doing a good smoke cleanse of that area, because the smoke also serves as an offering as well. And they're basically like, dance for us, dance for us. That is the offering. And it feels like they're like, it doesn't feel like we're telling you. What they are telling me is that they will reveal themselves to you once good ceremony is offered and completed. They're like, that's it. Okay, they don't really want to tell me anything more. Ceremony first, relationship after. Dance, monkey. Dance, Derek. Okay. Oh, 5 waves. Okay, this is the theme right now. I can't tell you. We were literally, again, just talking about this in the Moon Shadows Spirit Salon, but I don't know what's going on. Lots of relationships ending. Someone who's an astrologer, tell us what's happening. But I'm sorry to hear that you were abruptly dumped last week, 005 waves. And I still have hope in my heart that he will change his mind and come back to me. How do I unburden myself of this feeling so I can heal and move on to the next chapter of my life without him? That's a really good question. Why won't it let me tap it? Oops. I don't know. Here we go. Okay. First things first, 005. Okay, your spirits are going to talk to you directly. The only thing you need to unburden yourself of is the expectation. The expectation that you are going to suddenly be over it. Suddenly be over it. This just happened. This just happened last week. And your good spirits encourage you to give yourself the opportunity to grieve, to be mad, to be confused, to be heartbroken. So many of us want to push the pieces of our heart back together immediately, but at risk of sounding cliche, it is through these cracks that the light is let in. Allow yourself to feel. Allow yourself to grieve. Let the tears that fall from your eyes water the fertile soil beneath your feet. The soil from which your future blossoms and grows. We need not skip over this process because it is painful, because it is inconvenient. While this world was not created for suffering. Suffering exists on the same spectrum as our joy. And it is impossible to experience one without the other. Be gentle with yourself. Make sure you are eating. Make sure you are drinking water. Make sure you are drinking water. Cacao, hawthorn berry, linden may be supportive to you now. But my darling, what has occurred has only just occurred. And to expect yourself to move through this with haste is an ill thought. Is an unfair thought, an unfair expectation for you. We must move through this disbelief by allowing ourselves to grieve. And on the other side of that grief, we find joy once again. Tend to your body. Do the little things that bring you joy, that bring you joy. Do not chastise yourself. And do not chastise yourself when the waves of grief wash over you. Allow yourself to feel. Allow yourself to feel. And it is through that expression. And it is through that expression of your grief that we are able to reach the other side. That we are able to reach the other side. Heartbreak is unavoidable. And there is no swift remedy. We will never be the person we were. We will never be the person we were before it all changed. But who we become is someone well worth knowing. Be gentle with yourself. Be gentle with yourself. Be tender. Be tender. Take care. That was my Gia Amalia. For those who are just joining, if you would like to receive a reading, you can drop a donation via Venmo or PayPal. They're linked in my bio. And if you could add your questions via the question box right here, that would be great. If you put it in the chat, I won't see it. Okay. Let's see who's next. Oh, I got logged out. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to mark you as I go so I don't lose track. Okay. All right. Wait, why won't it let me see your question? Sensual Fairy. I would like to know who my spirit guides are, who is with me, what they are currently working on with and through me. Are there any messages from them that would assist me with next steps or my purpose? Okay, let's get into it. So we're looking at, I need to write this down. Who they are. What they're working on. Next steps. Purpose. Okay. Let's get into it. You have two guides that are coming forward right now. The first tells me she's a woman. Her name is Eleanor? Eleonora or Eleanor? Eleanor. She wears a green frock. She calls it a frock. I see the buttons that go all the way up to her neck. Buttons on the wrists as well. Crisp white apron. And a crisp white apron around it. She looks like a service person from like the turn of the century. She's a little bit older. Very straight-faced. But very loving. Warm. Affectionate through food. the person next to her. They're only giving me a last name, which is Jameson. Very tall. They tell me they're a man. Very tall. This is one of your guardian spirits. Dressed very formally. Like a black suit, crisp white shirt underneath, buttoned all the way up. This is not like a modern fashion. Eleanor wants me to pull 2 cards, like tarot, or yes, okay. This one or this one? This one, okay. The hiccups. Ooh. Something that they want me to remind you of is that our spirits desire, ooh, I have chills, our enthusiastic consent. Our spirits desire our enthusiastic consent. So when it comes to working, what they're working on you with, or what they're working with you through, it feels like they're kind of waiting. They're kind of waiting for you to tell them directly. Tell them directly, what is it you want our help with? What is it you want our help with? What is it you want our help with? When we look at next steps around purpose, let's pull 3 cards. Let's pull 3 cards. Okay. Got it. Double 10s. Okay. Oh my gosh. Triple 10s. I pulled, are we reversals? Sort of. Okay. I pulled the 10 of Wands. The Wheel of Fortune is crossed over it, followed by the 10 of Swords. And it's evident here that there is an important ending in front of you. An important ending in front of you, and one that may be uncomfortable to accept. It feels like at first this ending seems like the worst thing ever. So like, what am I going to do? Who am I once this is done? But who you are can only be revealed to you more fully once you are on the other side of this. There's a lot of weighing of pros and cons happening here. What if I do? What if I don't? But deep in your heart, you already know what you have to do. You already know that this has run its course. What are we hanging on to? They're like, what are we hanging on to? Why? Whatever this is, it weighs, I feel like crying. It weighs heavily on your heart. It weighs heavily on your heart. And there's this feeling of obligation that comes with it. And fear of not only who am I once it is done, but what comes of this if I release my obligation, my responsibility to it. But you've been sitting and waiting for your moment for so long. And whatever this isn't helping you to bloom. Isn't helping you to find your path. It's almost like you've been chipping away, like laying the pavement for someone else's path or something else's path. And in order to embrace your own, we have to let this go. And TBH, it almost feels like this thing might let you go. And I mean, what's more annoying than realizing, like, I was gonna say I was done first, you know, whether it's a job or a relationship or a habit, whatever. It's annoying when someone else beats you to the punch, but also it sometimes makes it a little bit easier. What's done, what is about to be done, is meant to be done. And your good spirits are here to support you through it. Next steps can't come until the door is closed. And I hear next steps can't come until the door is closed. So let it close behind you. So let it close behind you. Do not look for the keys. And do not look for the keys. Look ahead. Ooh. I would also consider like maybe some ginger tea, something to help calm your tummy as you're moving through this season. Okay, is the sound gone? No, it seems like it's still here. Okay. All right. Daisy. Daisy, I have trouble in relationships. They always seem to go bad, and I want to know what advice my spirits have to offer me. We're talking about romantic relationships, yeah? Okay. I can tell they have a lot to say. I already hear them yelling at me. I don't like to be yelled at. Thank you. Shuffle again, please. Shuffle again, please. No problem. Cut the deck. Okay. I knew that card was coming. Am I reading reversals? Sort of. Okay, what does that mean? What does that mean? All right. Daisy. I keep hearing over and over again, like, cut and run. Cut and run, cut and run. And on the bottom of the deck, I see the Chariot, which ironically, or unironically, I guess, is in front of the Six of Swords. And both of these cards are cards of moving away from a situation that we're currently in. Your guys are a little chastisey right now, although it is coming from a place of love. It is coming also from a place of like loving frustration. And look, we've all been there. Sometimes my guides have to check me, and they're like, "Be fucking for real right now." So no judgment. But it seems as though. I'm just going to tell you what they're saying. Do with it what you will. I hear, like, very sternly from one of your spirits, like, you keep choosing people who are not emotionally invested in partnership. There's so many other things. There's so many other things that draw you to them, that draws them to you. But at the end of the day, these are people who do not want the same things that you want. So now we must make a choice. Do we want to adjust our expectations so that we can continue choosing people the way we have up to this point? Or do we want to choose differently? So that we may find people who are in alignment with our desires. And to be honest, Oh my God, your guides are like annoyed. I'm so sorry. I am the messenger. But I saw like, and to be honest, Daisy, what is it that you want? Because frankly, we're confused. We're confused. And if we're confused, how are we supposed to help? How are we supposed to help you? How do we bring the right person to you? How do we bring the right person, the right people to you? If you don't know what you want, if you don't know what you want anymore. What parts of your desires are truly yours? And which of them are things that you've been taught to want? Sorting through this is the first step. Your guides want you to know they love you. And they want what's best for you. But they can't make decisions for you. They can't force your hand. Stop listening. They're like, you stopped listening to us a long time ago. But my darling, we've never left. There's something within you that's begging to be understood. And when you become clear with yourself about what this is, connecting with others will become a lot easier. Sit at the altar. Grab your journal. Talk to us. And let us help you figure out who you are. Because the person you mold yourself to be, to accommodate these different people, that's not you. So let's figure out. Let's build confidence in who you are. They love you. And we want you to know and love yourself. And they're gone. It definitely felt like that original, like when I was first playing the cards for you, I could hear yelling. And at the beginning of that channel, I could feel like, they had all this stuff to say. And then slowly it started to mellow out, simmer down, calm down. This is reminding me of how I was avoiding talking to my grandparents for the last 2 weeks because I was trying to help with something and it turned out I couldn't help, and I didn't want to pick up the phone and get yelled at and hear about how it's all my fault, even though a lot of this stuff was out of my hands. And I finally ripped the Band-Aid yesterday and called, and it was fine. It was fine. And if you've been avoiding your spiritual disciplines, avoiding talking to your guides because you don't want to get in trouble, there's nothing to avoid here except their help. And it's there for you when you're ready to tap in and engage again. Thank you, Daisy. Hi, Leah. River, my Venmo link is in my bio. Okay, Posh Ice. That is a really good IG name. Okay, let me just find your donation so I can mark it off. Wish there was a fast way to do this. Everything is slow. If y'all haven't put your IG name in the notes of your donations, would you leave a comment on them so that I can see who belongs to what? Okay. Carolina. Filling in for my sis who couldn't make it to the live, Melissa. Hi, I was wondering about my spirit guides, if there's anything they want me to know or do. Thank you. Okay, Melissa. Let's start there, and then I'll come back to you, Posh. There's one guide who's come forward. She's very grandmotherly. Very sweet. Kind of quiet. She has a lot to say, but she only speaks when it's important. And she has a lot of important things to say. Her voice, like the volume of her voice, is very even and stays very low. So you have to make sure you're listening. Are you an ancestor? No. Okay. And she says that you may call her great-grandmother. She's not one of your ancestors, though. She's definitely a guide on your court. She's showing me a map. Here. It looks like she's indigenous to, like, Yucatan, somewhere coastal in that area. Though there is some history of, like, migration. And not, like, forced migration, right, at the hands of U.S. imperialism, but more like just the way things used to be when humans were allowed to roam the earth as they desired. She's very small, and you can see all of the wrinkles in her hands and her skin. She always smiles. She's always smiling. She wears kind of a veil. And I feel like part of the reason she wears a veil is because, like, she's very revered. She says she's here to help you with your hands. It's your hands. And it feels like, and I can't explain how, but it feels like the word hand is also somehow associated with the word fate. Like, we're speaking through translation, and She's showing me how to puzzle piece English together to make sense for what she's trying to say. She's here to help you with your hands. And the feet that walk in the direction of that hand, of that fate. She wants you to keep your head up, to keep looking in front of you. She's talking about how, like, you keep turning your head around, when life is in front of you, not behind. She talks about how there will always be plenty of things behind us that we wonder and worry about, wish we could have done differently. But you can't go back. You can only make better decisions going forward. And so we will. And so we must. She says to call on her in your dreams. Melissa, call on her in your dreams. Before you sleep, ask her to be by your side. There's much to show you in the land of dreams. But you must ask me to be there. Oof. Thank you, Melissa, Carolina. Hi, everyone who's just joined. We're doing flash readings. If you would like one, you can send a donation via my Venmo or PayPal. They're all linked in my bio. And then you can drop your question in the question box down here. Let's see. And please be sure to put your IG handle with your donation, because I see a few in here that don't have them. And then I don't know who you are. Let's see. Thank you for your patience with the slow process. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Death Alchemist. Got you. And y'all, if you're writing notes in the chat, I won't see it. I love you, but I won't see it. I've been sick and feeling quite low most of August. I'm slowly coming out of this energy, and I'm curious if there's anything my spirit guides want me to know. I feel like I can't hear them clearly right now, but in the evenings they are very active. Perhaps I'm being stubborn, LOL. Okay, let's get into it. I immediately heard, like, when was the last time you cleansed your ears? When was the last time you cleansed your ears? Like, you might wash your ears, but when was the last time you intentionally, spiritually cleansed your ears? I'm also getting the feeling that, like, you know, when you're in the airplane or you're driving up a mountain and they get really like congested, and then you have to kind of pull on them and yawn so that they'll pop. I was trying to yawn for an example, but then a real one came through. It feels like a good ear cleansing, and just kind of like stretching, pulling on them, maybe even giving a little scratchy is going to be helpful for you. Sometimes it's the silly things that are really supportive for us. Something that I like to do before working with a client or trying to channel for myself, is whatever my spiritual cologne preference of the day is, be it Florida water or royal violets or, you know, lotion papaya, or rum, clear rum. I will put some on my hands, and of course I like the head, but then I also make sure to do like this behind the ears where the lymph nodes are, and then I put some on my fingers and I like get it up in the ear, and it's like it always gives me a little bit of a shiver because it's very effective. So I would start there because it's kind of fun, it feels good, but it's also, it works really well. The next thing that they would like you to know is like, they're kind of like laughing and they're like, you've been in recovery. So of course we aren't loud all day. I find that often our spirits acknowledge what our bodies are and aren't capable of given the season of our lives or our health. And in times where I'm really physically sick, or if I'm like deep in the depressies, I channel in a different way. Rather than them jumping into my body and doing all the fantastical things, you know, it comes through as like whispers, and I'm just repeating information, and neither is wrong. One is not better than the other, but that second one really acknowledges that like I'm already like at full capacity with how I'm feeling, and so they're able to offer their support still, but in a way that acknowledges what my energy level is, what my capabilities are when I'm not feeling well. Something else they want you to know is they're showing me something. They're talking about how the veil is being lifted. The curtains are being drawn. And the show must go on. They're talking about how this is important work and will take you farther than you realize. I'm seeing you being asked to travel for your work. But you're excited. You're excited about these opportunities to host, to teach. I heard it again. The show must go on. So what will you put in the projector's wheel? There's someone behind you. She looks like a 40s like film noir actor. But when she's not in costume, she dresses like very androgynously. She dresses very masculine even. There are these two facets of her where on one hand, you know, she's got that like hot set, heels, the like skirted suit with the pointy shoulders, a hat, a deep lip. But when the screens are off, she like slicks it back, pulls it tight, puts on a men's shirt, men's pants, men's shoes, and she lives her life in the world like that. She's here to help you, support you, be a part of what's next. What's your name? She says, you may call me Jane. That's it. Okay. That's it. Thank you, Adriana. That was cool. Okay. Bunny burnout. What would your guides like you to know? I don't know. Let's find out. I'm sorry. Sasha just wrote "Love you, son," and then corrected it to Sam, but I think it's funny. I think it's funny the first way. All right, Bunny burnout. What would your guides like you to know? It's not too late, Kiki. You can submit a question. Ooh. Ooh. That's it. I got you, Bunny. I love this for you, Bunny. Saying Bunny so much is making me think of that book called Bunny. Have y'all read it? I listened to the audiobook. It was not that good, but funny. All right, my bunny. We've been here for a while, my friend, in this space of I have so many things going on, but none of them seem to be like blossoming for me, or I can't figure out where I'm supposed to put all of my attention yet, or I'm trying really hard to put my attention into all of these things, and I'm just like at this moment that feels like stuck. And what the spirits want to encourage you with is that this moment isn't one of stagnation. It's that feeling of resistance before the like big push out. I'm getting like a birth metaphor, if you will. And although I don't remember pushing out of my mother's womb, and I only remember what it felt like for me when a human was coming out of mine, I would imagine that like exiting feels super weird and stuck. As you are making your way out of a human body into the world, like our giant heads trying to push through these small spaces. Obviously, that's not the only way for someone to be born, but that's the analogy that's coming through. What you're in isn't stagnation. It's that like the struggle to push out, but you are moving forward. And what you're moving into is this brand new life. And when I'm looking here, I'm seeing the Two of Wands and the Sun, which is really lovely because the Two of Wands feels like an affirmation of travel and also options when it comes to your travel. There are certainly roads asking to be explored in front of you, but it does seem like the choice isn't going to be made for you. You might have to make a decision here. All of this hard work that you've been putting in might pay off in a couple of directions, and you're the one who's going to have to make the decision about, okay, now where do I go? Which panic, like we were hoping for just one clear choice. It doesn't seem to be the case, but the beauty of this is it doesn't really matter which one you choose, because either way, you're being led to this moment of being seen and being well received and feeling resourced by the efforts that you put in, by the creativity that you embrace, which makes sense for you, and I love it. On the bottom of the deck, we have the Lovers. And interestingly, behind it is the Five of Cups. And what this is telling me is I'm going to tell you what your guide said, and you do with it what you will. Don't let that man bring you down. That's it. They're like, that's it. That's the whole sentence. That's the whole sentence. Wrap it up, okay? Thank you, Bunny. right, let's see who's next. Okay, Carolina, but for Carolina this time, not for Melissa. Spiders have been coming up for everyone lately. It's very interesting. What is their spiritual connection for me to spiders? When I was in tune with my spirits, they would appear a lot. And once again, they are appearing a lot. And I do not like them, but they love me. Why? I will say this, like, just from a practical perspective, it's the summer. And there tend to be, especially like in, at least, you know, I'm familiar with Southern California, a lot more spiders this time of year. And I don't know if it's because there's also more fucking ants. But there tend to be more spiders indoors this type of year. So it's not always a spiritual thing. Kind of like I saw this one astrologer say, like, don't freak out, you're not cursed. Like, there are more flies and mosquitoes because it's summertime. So first we got to just acknowledge the practical things that happen in our geosphere. What the fuck was that? Sorry. I heard something on the back patio. And sometimes the neighbor's chicken just shows up, and I was hoping maybe a chicken was back. But also there's like these two birds that are building a nest in the roof, which is not my business or my problem. I think they're very cute, and if, I don't know, I rent, so I'm not gonna stop them. What was that? Okay, I digress. It's a spidery time of year in general. Yes. That's not the answer to your question, though. Here's what I'm hearing. The spiders are connected to the webs that we weave. The stories we create. The legacies we leave. The legacies we leave. The connections our lives have to one another's. Through space, through time, through action. There's a very old spirit with you. A grandmother. She's a folk spirit. Not so much of your court, but here to support you now. Speaks of how the spiders are our allies, are our teachers. And from them, from her, you have much to learn. She smiles and says you will find her at your altar and that she will see you soon. Thank you, Carolina. Okay, I'm trying to go in order that the questions came. I'm hoping that IG doesn't like mix them up. Okay, let's see who's next. Okay, Punker Mama. Got you. Thank you, Posh Ice. Oh, thank you. I'll get to you after Punker Mama. Sorry about that. Okay. Wondering what message my guides have for me at this time. You got it. What am I using? Okay. I don't know what it is, but my spirits have been on such a Smith Waite mood this year. Cut the deck. Okay. Okay, Punker Mama. For you, I pulled... You don't have to talk about the cards. I don't have to talk about the cards. Okay. The cards, the spirits would like me to just channel through the cards. I'm seeing that this season of frustration and feeling like without sufficient access to resource, whatever that resource may be, time, energy, money, what have you. We've certainly been sitting in this feeling of not having enough access to the resource or resources that we are in need of. What they're telling me is that come this new moon, okay, so much has been coming up around this new moon, and like I fully subscribe to all lunar things, but like I don't make it a point to like work my magic and practice around the moon. So I just think it's interesting that yesterday in Moon Shadow Spirit Salon, this new moon has been coming up a lot. So if there's an astrologer in the chat, tell us why it's so special. But it does seem like with this new moon that's coming up, there's going to be this like burst of inspiration about how someone can help you. This is the most important thing, is that like this burst of inspiration is telling you like showing you how you do not have to get through this season of feeling under-resourced alone, and that there are people nearby who are interested in supporting you in whatever ways that they can. But in order for folks to be able to offer their support to you, they need to be aware that you are in need of it, which is a very humbling experience, and it's uncomfy sometimes to have to say out loud, like, these are the things that I'm really struggling with, to like be transparent and be real about like in what ways you don't have enough. It's scary, it's vulnerable, but it is in embracing this vulnerability and taking this risk on sharing about what it is you are struggling with that allows people the opportunity to show up for you. We have to allow, that's been coming up a lot lately too. We have to give people the chance to show up for us. And we have to voice our needs in order to give people the chance to show up for us. And that's very much the energy that I am getting here. I do see this Emperor card on the bottom, and this feels tied to the Six of Swords in somebody who is able to offer their support and resources to you. This could also be like not just a person, but like an organization. I keep hearing that soundbite from Mrs. Doubtfire, help is on the way, dear. Like when Mrs. Doubtfire runs across the restaurant and helps give Sally Fields the Heimlich maneuver. Help is on the way, dear. And you will soon be inspired about where to ask for that help from, or where to express a need for support, with whom to express this need for support. And things will begin to feel more comfortable and more resourced once you take that leap in allowing other people the opportunity to offer you help. I'm also getting this feeling of like, but I should be able to do this on my own. There's this feeling of almost like we're failing ourselves, or we're failing the people who depend on us, because I should be able to do this on my own. And like, nobody can do it all on their own. Like, humans weren't designed that way. That is the medicine of the Lover's card, is that there are some things that we absolutely cannot do on our own, and that we need the support of not only the spirits, but of other people in order to accomplish. And it is certainly a risk to ask other people to show up for us, but they can't show up for us if we don't know they need them, that we need them, that we need them. Okay? Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Oh, there's so many buttons down here. Which one am I pushing? Thank you so much, Punker Mama. So let's see who's next. Holly. Who my spirit guides are and what I can do to connect with them further. Okay, you got it. There's one guide presenting themselves to me now. She's a young woman, maybe in her 30s. She was a factory worker, possibly in like Detroit. Her name starts with an M. I think it's Matilda. Yes, okay. She's here to help you cultivate your strength, your tenacity, boldness, your voice. She's here to help you be more clear and direct with the ideas in your mind, the feelings in your heart that get muddled and watered down by the time they make it out of your mouth. Life is too short to not be clear, to not say what we mean. She talks about how in the past you've experienced people using the word truth or honesty or directness as a shroud for being able to be cruel. And she's here to really help you understand that you can be truthful and honest and direct and say important things, whether they are praises or criticisms or something floating in the middle, without being unkind. The best way to connect with her is when there's music playing. She's showing me like an old radio, an old radio, a sound box, if you will. And it feels like you have to have the radio on for her. Like, she's not so interested in Spotify streaming. So maybe like in the car is a good way to connect with her. You can turn the good old AM FM on. Or even like thinking about getting a tiny handheld radio. That's a good way to like make you feel closer to her, bring her closer to you. She says you can also leave her a little brown liquor on the altar. She says, wet my whistle. She says, thank you. Ooh. Thank you, Holly. Okay. Tia Cassandra, guidance on spiritual guides that want to come through. I'm seeing an elder. They're kind of shrouded by smoke. I can smell tobacco in the air. Tobacco and plumerias. They're kind of a jokester, a trickster. Not in a malevolent way, in an archetypal way. Someone who answers your questions with riddles and challenges, because the most important answers come from your seeking and your experience. I could tell you how the world works, or you can experience it for yourself, and therefore truly understand. They have a masculine. No, I'm not really getting like man, woman, non-binary, androgynous. Like, no, I'm not getting any of that. The spirit's too old to be bothered with things like gender. Does not care. But I keep seeing them taking long puffs from this very long, kind of like medium thin, medium weight cigar. They're talking about how you can leave them offerings of smoke, especially if you want to draw them in for consultation, for conversation. They don't really speak through tarot cards. Playing cards are fine. But they prefer to speak through the trees, they said. Speak through, I'm seeing like a plumeria flower opening and blooming. Speak through the petals, the leaves, the soil, the ripples on water. They speak through the environment first and foremost. Being outside is another great way to connect with them. They're kind of funny, and they challenge you in important ways. I can see you sometimes getting like frustrated with them. Like, can you just give me a direct answer? And they like throw their head back laughing. No. It's just not how they operate. They speak in allegory and further questions because they want you to figure it out. They want you to live your life. They don't want to tell you how. They want you to show yourself that you can. To learn the important lessons. To understand yourself and your world by what you do. They're saying to meet them outside soon. We will talk, and we will talk. Thank you, Tia Cassandra. Who's next? Okay. Or Posh Ice, let me get back to your question. Where'd it go? Okay. What can I do to prepare for babies? I feel like they're in me and my partner's near future, but I'm like, low-key, I'm scared. Can I handle it? I mean, I think being scared before doing something big and different is very normal, especially when it comes to parenthood. And prepare as you might. Parenthood is one of those things that you can only really understand once you experience it. And, oops, I just dropped some cards. Hold on, the cards flew across the room. I go get them. But in the meantime, let's see what your spirits are suggesting to help you at the very least, like, spiritually and energetically prepare. This is the right deck. Okay. Okay. The first card that we're going to talk about is Ancestral Elevation. I am encouraging you to consider performing an ancestral elevation, just kind of like a general one for any ancestors of your, it feels like of your maternal lineage who are in need of and ready to receive assistance in transitioning to the ancestral realms, who are ready and in need of assistance in transitioning out of being earthbound or attached to their earthly identities, their earthly sufferings. It does feel like there's a lot of unrest in the dead of the maternal lineage, and it's going to be helpful for you. And I feel like there's a lot of worry. There's a lot of worry on that side of the family. There's a lot of like over concern and overprotection, and it feels like it's the type of worry that's going to be echoing in your brain all of the time. And it's like, we are already stressed enough on our own with our own thoughts. You don't need any bonus extra thoughts from the restless dead in order to make you feel comfortable and able to, become a parent. So I would highly, highly encourage you to perform an ancestral elevation for any ancestors of your maternal lineage who are ready to transition on to the next 9 days. It feels like a 9-day elevation would be the most appropriate. If you are unfamiliar with ancestral elevation, there's a free guide on my website. Look under the Learn tab, or I think it's linked in my bio too. You can click directly through it to download it. The next things that I'm seeing here are patience. Be patient with yourself. Be patient with your body. Be patient with your partner. Be patient. Being patient is so annoying because nobody wants to hear that. We want things to happen on our timeline when we want them to happen, and that's just not always the case, especially when it comes to things that are super important. Our spirits want us to receive them at a time where we are able to hold on to them and really nurture and nourish them and nourish ourselves in the process. So a little bit of patience is going to go a long way in this process. The next card I pulled for you is dance, and physical movement seems to be very important. This card has been coming up all day. It's so funny. Physical movement is going to be very supportive for you, whether it is literally just dancing around the house, going for a run, stretching, yoga, whatever your preferred physical movement is. Start to develop a routine with that physical movement, even if it's just like shaking it a little bit every day while you're making coffee or making breakfast. That's going to help keep your spirits up through this process. And then finally I pulled Vision Quest, and what I'm receiving here is it feels like this process is also going hand in hand with a bit of a spiritual awakening. So I would make sure that you are doing the things, turning to the tools in your spiritual toolkit that help you keep grounded, that help keep your nervous system regulated, whatever it is that you have in your spiritual toolkit, your emotional toolkit, your mental and physical health toolkit. The things that you have in order to help keep yourself feeling regulated and grounded are really important, because these two big life things, becoming a parent and spiritual awakening, seem to be running parallel to one another, and that can be a lot. And I want you to make sure that you're communicating with your partner through this, and that they're being supportive of you and your needs in this process. Don't feel like you have to go through this alone. Resist the urge to isolate, because how your partner shows up for you in this process is going to be very telling of how they show up in your journey as parents. Okay? Good luck. And be sure to do that ancestral elevation. It's going to be very helpful. Thank you, Posh Ice. All right. I feel like the order of the questions is switching up. That's kind of annoying. How am I supposed to keep track? Okay, let's see. M. Cammer. My relationship of 3 years has come to a close. It was very unexpected. Would like any advice for me as I navigate forward. Did anyone in the chat, did anyone who's an astrologer in the chat tell us what's going on with this? Because there have been so many relationships coming to a close just in this past week. It's wild. I'm so sorry to hear this. Let's see what your spirits have to say. That's it. Cut the deck. Okay. I said 1 from here, 2 from there. Okay. Janine says it's the Mercury retrograde aftershocks. Rude. Okay, so I'm seeing the 5 of Swords and the 5 of Cups. I'm so sorry. Which, I mean, if nothing else, they are very affirming of what you're experiencing right now. It's not like your spirits are like, get over it, it's not that bad. They're like, no, babe, this hurts. And it's okay if you are hurting. In fact, it's very natural and normal to be experiencing these extremes when it comes to your emotions. I also feel like there's this energy of like, I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. And, you know, like, denial is a part of the grieving process. Shock and disbelief are sometimes a part of the grieving process, and that's okay. I will say I am getting the energy of like betrayal, and one that perhaps you are not fully aware of. Someone's not telling you the truth. Whatever reasons you've received, cool. I don't think you need to dig any deeper. I don't think you need to go demanding more information, because TBH, it feels like it's only going to hurt you more. But there's this lack of transparency, this lack of honesty that's come up. And if, again, I don't think this is encouraging you to like go find out what happened. No, in fact, I think it's quite the opposite. It's here to, your spirits are sharing this much with you because they're like, why would you want to know more? You know, why would you, it's kind of like, what you thought you had, at least towards the end, wasn't actually what you had. And anything that you're romanticizing in your head, it's not real. It doesn't mean your feelings aren't real. And it doesn't mean that it was always this way, that it was always misleading. But to go back, to even consider going back would mean to go back to something that like you really don't even want anyway. When I look at how you can support yourself, there are a few things coming up. Water. That Baño Blanco is really just asking to support everyone right now. Asking to support everyone right now. And you're in Moon Shadows, so you can find the instructions for Baño Blanco in the Grimoire, which I just reorganized, and it's beautiful and much easier to navigate now. You can go straight to the section where it says spiritual baths and remedies. So I would check that out. I would use that Baño Blanco as often as you need to, as often as you can, because it offers a lot of support and nourishment and tenderness and compassion and care, and that's the type of stuff that we need. The next thing that I'm seeing is direction. And for you, it feels like calling in the directions on a daily basis and asking you to meet them where you are is going to be very grounding and supportive. Often through big upheaval, whether it's a breakup or losing a job or moving house or whatever, we can feel kind of scattered and all over the place. There are parts of us everywhere. We don't even feel fully present in the moment. And calling in the directions regularly, every day, especially like at the start of your day, is going to be very, very helpful in getting you some like clarity, helping you feel more grounded, helping you feel more capable to move through what's immediately in front of you and what is like long-term in front of you. I also feel like asking the directions to help call back the parts of yourself that have been left behind, those parts of you that are still aligned, is going to be supportive as well. It almost feels like a little bit of soul retrieval that's happening. It feels like you may have experienced a bit of like susto in this ending, and we don't need to do anything, but your good spirits are encouraging you to petition to the directions and ask them to bring back those parts of you, ask them to meet you at the center where you are now. Finally, there's ancestral elevation, and it does seem like there's an ancestor on your paternal lineage who could use some elevation. They are a woman. Not that old, like probably passed away within the last 50 to 100 years. Kind of grouchy, TBH, a little grumpy, but also tired of being grumpy. Like, they're kind of like over it. They're like, I'm tired of feeling this way. I'm tired of being stuck in this. I think their experiences in life have really hardened them. And they got to a point where they accepted, like, this is just who I am. Like, I'm kind of a grouchy, even, like, nasty person. Is what they're saying, not what I'm saying. What other people have called them, not what I'm calling them. And they don't want to feel like this anymore. They're tired of it. So offering her some elevation, I think, is going to be really helpful. She's got like short hair, and it looks like she uses a roller set. It's like that blonde, that tinted blonde that was really popular in the 60s when they would like do peach tint on their blonde. She wears a lot of makeup, a lot of eye makeup. She looked at me and she was like, I wear just enough. Yes. She kind of reminds me of like Endora from the original Bewitched show, except short hair, and it's like blonde, peachy blonde. And she's tired. She's tired of her own shit. And she's ready to move on. So offering her elevation, I think, is going to be helpful for you too. She's kind of giving me like woman scorned vibes. Like, I wasn't this grumpy before that man, is the vibe I'm getting from her. And she's just ready. She's ready to let it all go. She's done. I wasn't this grumpy before that man. Raise your hand if you've ever said that. Raise your hand if you've ever said, I wasn't crazy until I met you. All right. Let's see who's next. River. Everyone's raising their hand. There's not one original experience. And then as the words are coming out of your mouth, you're like, oh. How did I get here? Life comes at you fast. Okay. Oh, wow. How to keep my heart and mind at ease with my travel plans after a traumatic near-death experience on a trip 2 years ago. I'm so sorry you had such a scary experience. Let's look at what the cards have to say. Oh, we're opening a different deck for you. For those who aren't familiar, this is called Passages Oracle. Mine is filthy. Don't judge me. And this is by Liliana Perez. You can find her Instagram. I think she's at Liliana Perez. She used to be Iha Kekura. But this is a really cool deck. I highly recommend it. Look, holographic. Does something for me. But Liliana really inspired me to make my deck. Ooh, that's it. Oh. I got like full body chills, River, but in like a good way. Like in a good way. This is nice. Okay. Start here. So 2 of the cards I pulled are Earth and Gratitude. I encourage you, and I was kind of getting this feeling as I was pulling the cards too, to pack a little something with you that helps you feel spiritually supported. Some sort of talisman, some sort of token. Maybe it's a crystal that's already charged on your altar. Maybe it is blessing some of the jewelry that you wear regularly, something that you always keep on you, and asking your good protective spirits, your guardians, to be present with you, to infuse whatever this item is with their love, with their protection, asking their eyes to always see in front of you, so that you need not feel so hypervigilant. The next thing that they are encouraging you to do, they said to remember the birds watch over you. And I see this hummingbird that like rests on your shoulder, your right shoulder, always there, bringing back sweetness to you. It definitely feels like hummingbird is one of your guardian spirits. And that's why they hang out right here on your right shoulder. They move fast. And they can see a lot of the world around you before you do. I would leave them an offering of sweet water on your altar before you go. Don't leave it out while you're gone, because it will get swarmed with ants. This is high ant season. Well, I guess depending on where you live. But leaving them a little offering of sweet water, just like this afternoon, if you want, would be really nice and a helpful way to charge up their energy so that they can pour into whatever talismans you decide to bless for your journey. I definitely recommend picking something that you're going to wear that touches your skin. Well, maybe it's a bracelet, maybe it's your glasses, I don't know, but pick something that's always on you, and that can be the thing that you bless with protection. And just like knowing that it's there with you is going to be really helpful. The other thing that I encourage you to do is to reach out to the land spirits of the place where you live and the place where you are going before you leave. Thank them in advance for welcoming you into their environment. Offer them your gratitude for welcoming you into their space. Ask them please for protection in exchange. When you get to your destination, I encourage you to leave a small offering. At a crossroads is ideal, but you can figure out where it feels right and good for you to leave a little offering. It doesn't need to be something big. It can be a pinch of tobacco. It could be some dried herbs from your garden. It could be a rock or a shell or whatever it is that feels right to you. I don't feel like you need to go buy something. I feel like you probably already have something in your house somewhere that you can leave as an offering of thanks. And then finally, they're reminding you to listen to your intuition. They're saying that your anxiety lives in your tummy, but your intuition lives in your throat, like this area between your heart and your throat. And when this is what's talking you, that's when you know you need to listen. When your tummy is what's talking to you, that's when you can say enough, quiet down. I also want to say that make sure that you're eating while you're traveling, because I think when our anxiety lives in our tummy, a hungry tummy can easily be confused for a scared one, and it can send us signals that we might misread as oh, danger is present. It's no, babes, you're hungry. So do what you can to make sure that you are eating enough and eating well while you are on the road, so that you aren't confusing the anxiety in your belly with your intuition that lives up here, okay? Your guides are talking about how they're going to hold your hand through this, but ask them to hold your hand through it. Ask them to hold your hand through it. They love you, and they're with you. Ay, ay, ay. Thank you so much, River. Okay, let's see who's next. All right. Moon days. For those of you who aren't familiar, you should go check out and follow Moonday Labs. Moonday Labs is one of my mentees for tarot development, spiritual development, and they post some really cool things. And if you are in Boriken, you can go to one of the live events that they vend at to receive a reading in person. Okay, Moon Days. I was hoping for something on my spiritual development. I've been feeling stuck lately with my practice, and I wanted to see what my spirits have to say. Thank you. You got it. This one, okay? We're doing Offerings Oracle again. Do a proper shuffle, okay. Can I take out these double cards? They're there for a reason, okay. It's really weird. My copy of Offerings Oracle has 2 silence cards, and I don't know why. Cut the deck, okay. Can't get rid of this card. So first and foremost, Moon Days, it feels like there's an ancestral elevation that needs to happen. It does seem like your spiritual development has reached a bit of a plateau, which is very, very normal. Very, very, I can't emphasize this enough, a normal part of the process. With spiritual awakening, it feels like whoosh, like the floodgates open and we're going up, up, up this hill, and there's a lot of resistance because we're going uphill and we're like, whoa, this is wild. I've never experienced this before. This is kind of hard, but this is also exciting. Then we get to the top and we're like, wow. And then we get to this plateau for a little while. Things start to just kind of like settle in and stay the same. We're integrating all of the things that we've become aware of in the burst, the uphill burst of our awakening. And it plateaus, and then it kind of goes down, and then it starts once again. And it feels like at this plateau, before you're able to go down to like the fertile valley, you're kind of like stuck on the edge. And it feels definitely connected to 2 ancestors that are in need of elevation. It feels like they're connected to your paternal lineage. Am I correct on that? Yes, okay. It feels like they're connected to your paternal lineage, and they're like not very nice. They're not very nice people. We all have them, like no shame, no judgment. We all have some ancestors who are just not very nice. And these 2 spirits are not very nice. And I think it's through their own feelings of insufficiency that they project onto their descendants this desire, like, I don't want you to be better than me, is kind of the vibe that I'm getting from them. I don't want you to be better than me, which is weird. Like, I would love for my kids to be more awesome and smarter and more successful than me, but not all of us feel that way, unfortunately, and that's on ancestral cycles and trauma. But these 2 ancestors from your paternal lineage are not very helpful, not very supportive, and they've created kind of a roadblock for you. So I would encourage you to offer them elevation. I'm not able to access names for these 2 ancestors. What do we call them during elevation? Your guides are saying to offer elevation. You can call them, your guides call them the unwise and the unwilling. The unwise and the unwilling. And I feel like your guides are like throwing a little bit of shade with that. But offer this elevation to these ancestors, unwise and unwilling, who are creating an energetic obstacle in your path. Because TBH, it feels like, yeah, not only are they disrupting like your spiritual practice, but it feels like they don't want to see anyone win ever. They're kind of like haters. Sometimes it's your own people who are your biggest haters. And that's the vibe I'm getting from them. They're kind of rude. So offer them elevation so that you can get them off your back and they can deal with their own shit away from you. This candle that I'm seeing here feels connected to the elevation itself. And then it feels like the spirit who's helping these two ancestors with their transition away from being earthbound, being disruptive, is one that you honor through physical movement, through dance. You'll know what to do in the midst of they're saying you'll know what to do in the midst of the elevation. I've certainly worked with spirits who like physically move through me, and I've found myself like doing certain motions or doing certain dances, and I'm like, that wasn't for me, like that was purely from them. And it feels as though like you're going to experience this too in the process of elevating these two ancestral spirits. And this is not only you working with this particular folk spirit who is helping with the transition of these ancestors, but this is also you unlocking a new part of your channeling, of your mediumship, of your gift, is experiencing like, oh, like I just channeled physically. And you're going to notice it start to show up more in the way that you read for others as well. Thank you, thank you. All right. Janine. I'm curious about a secondary relationship I'm developing. Will this person become a bit more consistent, or someone new coming into my world? Oh, that's fun. Honestly, y'all, I don't know how Instagram organizes your questions. I feel like it changes up the order, so they're not necessarily in chronological submission, which is annoying. But I'll get to everyone today because my children are visiting their grandparents, so I don't have to rush off to go pick up. I have extra time. Okay, let's see. Curious about developing a secondary relationship. Will this person become more consistent, or will someone new come in? Janine, one of your guides is like, there's always someone new. I haven't shuffled yet. I literally just cut the deck, and this is what I'm immediately seeing here. So we'll I feel like that's it. That's the reading, but we'll shuffle the cards just for fun too. That's it. Cut the deck. Okay. Or reversals? No. First of all, so many majors. So many majors. We have Temperance. We have the High Priestess. On the bottom of the deck, we have the Chariot. But we also have the Five of Cups. And what I got is they're not ready to receive their temperance. They're not ready to receive their temperance. Whoever this person is, your guides are so funny. They're like, they're not being anyone's peace. They're not in a position to be anyone's peace right now, okay? Like, they are not in a position to be anyone's peace right now. And I mean, that's okay. You know, we are all on our own timelines with our own journey. And if you desire to continue moving forward with this person, it might be necessary to adjust your expectations of them. But if you're not willing to adjust your expectations, which again, there's nothing wrong with, you know what you need and what you're looking for, then they might not be the best fit long term. So really, this is an opportunity for you to like sit down with yourself and think like, okay, what am I really looking for with this person versus what is it that they're capable of offering? And do those things match up? Am I willing to make concessions, or am I not so interested in making concessions? And there's no right or wrong answer. It's just what feels aligned and true for you. With that said, the High Priestess is like, it feels like you are on the precipice of another spiritual awakening yourself. So fun. I love how many times we have to go through this every lifetime. And your guides want to make sure that you are like paying attention to that experience and allowing yourself the space to like explore that more fully. I do feel like the other person is kind of like sad. They're sad. That's okay. Like I'm a sad girl too. But I think your guides worry that you're going to start feeling responsible for healing them through whatever it is they're experiencing, healing them through their sadness. And they're like, your guides are like, no. Like, this is the face that I'm getting. No. Like partner or client, pick one. On the bottom of the deck, we have the Chariot, who's telling me that like, your guides are so funny. Like, you've got a lot of stuff coming up. There's plenty on your plate right now. We need somebody who can keep up the pace. They're like, we need somebody who can keep up the pace. We need somebody who can keep up the pace. This was juicy. Thank you, Janine. They are shady and I love them. Those are my favorite kind of guides. We are not doing love only questions. You can ask about anything, just no medical or legal advice. The questions in the like box, the order keeps changing. So I'm going to get to all of them before we close up today. But you know, if you sent it early and I haven't gotten to you yet, I'm sorry. They just keep moving around. I don't know how a better system for this yet. Okay, let's see who's next. And of course, I will post the video of this on IG, so if you have to bounce before I get a chance to read for you, it will be there for you to check on later. I'm going to pause really quick and use the restroom and refill my water bottle, and then I'll get to everyone else. But yeah, I will make sure to get to everyone who's submitted today. We've got time today. We've got time. Jane, there's a question box right here. And you can drop the question in there. Because if you put it in the chat, I'll lose track of it. But I'm going to go refill my water bottle, come right back, and we'll get started. I'm not going to turn the live off because then I would lose all the questions. I'm just going to put it on mute. I'm back. I'm back. Okay. Let's see who's next. For those of you who just joined us, we're doing flash readings. If you'd like to receive a reading, you can send a donation via Venmo. There's a link in my bio to that Venmo, and then you can drop your question in the little question box down here. If you put it in the chat, I'll lose track of it. And then also, if you like receiving readings from me, I offer monthly group readings in Moon Shadows, my membership community. We do it twice a month, once on Discord during our Ask Ava event, and then once in kind of like an intimate live circle on Zoom in an event called Spirit Salon. And doors to Moon Shadows open on September 1st. Oh my God, that's Sunday. Ah, so exciting. All right, let's see who's next. Okay. Make sure I don't go back to someone who already... Let's go here. Cambodia. I love it. Please be sure also to include your IG name in your donation so that I can keep track of everyone. Thank you, thank you. I know this process is kind of clunky, but that's just the way it is. Hello and thank you for this. I was wondering what messages my guides need me to know, or what I'm needing to learn at the moment. I've been feeling this push lately from them in a great way. How can I better serve them? That's a really lovely question. Let's get into it. That's it. Okay. Cut the deck. Yes. Or pull from the top. Got it. Okay. Okay, one of the first things that you can offer to your guides is conversation. Sometimes it is something simple, just like that. I think something that'll be really helpful for you is that when you are talking to your guides, to have a pen and paper handy. It feels like writing is a great tool for you to connect with your good spirits. Automatic writing feels like a skill that is worth spending some time developing. I feel like you often do it and don't even realize that that's what you're doing when it happens. I encourage you to dedicate a notebook, dedicate a pen that is just for communication with your spirits, and it doesn't need to be something fancy unless you want it to be. You can go to Dollar Tree and get a composition book there. But having conversation with your good spirits via pen to paper is going to be really helpful for you, especially when it comes to your petitions, the things that you're trying to change, the things that you're trying to accomplish. I talk about this often with clients and community members, but I have notebooks on notebooks on notebooks that actually Sam of Vibecaster helped me to go through and clear out a little bit. But when I go back and read these old journals, I see all of these things that 2016, 2017, 2018 me really desperately wanted, was desperately asking my spirits for help with, and it felt so impossible then. And I see now wow, okay, you've done these things, and it feels like you putting pen to page will be incredibly supportive for you, really life-changing for you, which it feels like that's kind of what you need right now. The next thing that I'm seeing for you is ancestral elevation. It does feel like there is one ancestor from your maternal lineage who is in need of elevation at this time. They're very kind-hearted, but they carry a lot of sorrow. The vibe that I'm getting from her is that she was really good at pretending like everything was okay. She was really good at like pushing down her feelings, pushing down what she was experiencing so that everyone around her felt safe and comfortable and cared for. And she did that at the like detriment of her own feelings, of her own wellness, of her own comfort. And it feels like she did this out of a need to survive. Like there wasn't really the option for her to have space to express what she was going through. I also feel like her partner, her husband, was maybe not as kind as he was perceived to be. Was maybe kind to the people around them, but behind closed doors was a very different person with her. And that's something that she's held inside of her for a long time. It also feels like maybe her father figure was not super kind with her either. And I'm gonna cry. Like, she never wanted anyone else to feel the effects of the anger that was put on her by others, put on her by the people who were supposed to protect her. And she's ready to let go of the sorrow. She feels really guilty because she feels like she keeps like rubbing her belly, and it feels like she feels a lot of guilt and responsibility for passing on some of the pain of her experiences, the sorrow of her experiences to the generations that came after her. She's ready to like be released from not only this sadness, but like this anger that she's had built inside of her for so long. She longs to be in a position where she can support you spiritually and emotionally, but she knows that she needs to work through this process first. Offering her elevation is going to help her be in a position to come back to your altar and offer compassion and care and support to you. Have patience once you elevate her. It's going to take at least a year. Per tradition, it takes like a year and a day from when you elevate someone, but she'll let you know when she's back. And it seems like you'll smell gardenias. Like she sends you the scent of gardenias. Your guides are saying to keep a candle lit on your altar for the next couple of days. As we transition through this lunar cycle, again, like the moon is coming up a lot. Keep a candle lit on your altar for the next few days as we transition through this lunar cycle. I think it's going to be helpful for you, especially in like clearing up the fog that I see accumulated around your head. It feels like there's this mental fog that feels kind of like it's obstructing your vision, your emotional vision, your physical vision. That candle is going to serve as kind of like a cleansing. And I recommend, but you can do whatever you want. But something that might be helpful for you is if you're working with a big 7-day candle, like something like this, to like rub it on your head first and ask that candle and its flame for support in like cleansing and clearing away that which is not aligned with you, that which is obstructing your vision. Light it, let it burn. Obviously don't let it burn unattended. If you need to go to sleep, you can extinguish it, snuff it out, don't blow it out, and then relight it again the next day, okay? Ooh. Thank you, Cambodia. Hi, Pao. All right, let's see who's next. Rebecca. Rebecca got fired this week from a job I didn't love and my integrity offering my spiritual work. I am so sorry that you got fired, and also congratulations on not having to show up there anymore. Depending on what state you live in, make sure that you file for that unemployment because that is your money, you deserve it, and it's going to help support you as you figure out what it is that you're doing next. So let's talk about offering your spiritual work. That's it. That's it. Okay. I'm hearing yes, and don't count on it to be the thing that supports you fully, at least right now. Your good spirits want to make sure that your expectations are equal to the amount of time and energy it will take to like build this spiritual business into something that can pay all of your bills for you. It might be helpful to find, at least, you know, depending on how much you're making from unemployment, because like full transparency, like unemployment is what allowed me to do this work full time. Like the only reason I was able to get this business up and off the ground was because in those early years, after I got fired twice, unemployment helped me to pay the bills so that I could focus fully on my spiritual business. Anyway, enough about me. We're talking about you. I do see a need for like some deep cleansing, especially around your head for you too. It feels like there's a lot of turbulence going on up here, and I would make sure, you know, the Two of Swords is coming up right now, and a really beautiful message of the Two of Swords that I've received from my mentor, Kaitlyn Armand. And if you go to his Instagram, you can scroll way back and find the original post. But as spiritual practitioners, the Two of Swords asks us, do I have the capacity to hold space for my clients now and what their needs are? And if I don't right now, what is something that I can do in order to bring myself into a position where I can hold space again? You just got let go, which means like, baby, like you're probably tired. You are probably tired. Working like a conventional job is exhausting, especially for folks who are called to be spiritual practitioners for the public. It can feel like our bodies are aching and we are uncomfortable being in those environments, and it can be very taxing emotionally and energetically. So your spirits want you to give yourself a little bit of time to like take care. You need to give yourself, you don't need to do anything, but your good spirits are encouraging you to give yourself a little bit of time to just like take care of you, to use those spiritual gifts that you long to support others with, to support yourself first, so that you are in a position to hold space for others in a bigger way than you have been up to this point. Making sure you're eating, making sure you're getting some rest, giving yourself a good round of spiritual deep cleansing. I think like Baño Blanco might be really helpful for you too. Taking a good spiritual like white bath is going to be helpful. I feel like rue might also be a helpful herb. How can you ground in? How can you center yourself? How can you be present right now so that you are able to support others fully? The next thing that I'm seeing is the Seven of Swords, which is telling me that a lot of what you've learned through conventional work will surprise you with how it supports you as a spiritual practitioner who serves the public. Those little things that you're like, I fucking hate doing this. You might wake up one morning and say like, dang, like I'm really glad that I had to do that thing that annoyed me at the time, because it's enabled me to do this function in my business, and that's cool. When I was launching the Kickstarter for Offerings Oracle deck, one of the skills that I truly believe is the reason I was able to accomplish it is when I was in wholesale apparel, something that I had to do was sit at the computer and send not a mass email on Flowdesk, but I would have to go through a list of thousands of buyers and email each of them one at a time, like a message directly to them that made sense for who they are and what their store is, in order to get them to come look at a line or a couple of lines. And that skill is what I drew on to ask people for their support in launching the Oracle deck. And that's kind of what made it happen. You're going to be surprised with how a lot of those skills that you've acquired through conventional work help support you in your spiritual work too. Finally, I see the Death card, which is telling me that I think even when it comes to your spiritual business, there are some big changes coming. I think a lot of clarity around what those changes are is going to come from when you take the time to center yourself, to ground yourself, to cleanse yourself routinely of, you know, all the stuff that you've been accumulating through your experience. If it's a job you didn't love, like, we've got feelings that we need to deal with, you know, we've got experiences that we need to deal with. And I think cleansing away some of that stuff is going to help you see, like, oh, if I'm going to do this, if I'm going to go all in on this, I need to change a few things, and that's okay. Finally, on the bottom of the deck, I see the Sun card, which I love. I love the Sun card, which tells me that, like, your good spirits do feel like it is aligned and will be well received for you to offer your spiritual labor, your spiritual offerings unto others. But again, there's this emphasis on, like, patience and time. Like, don't be hard on yourself if you need to get, like, a part-time job or even another full-time job in order to help you support yourself so that you can get this thing off the ground and get it to a place where it supports you more fully. I always recommend to folks, and you can take this advice or leave it, but, like, if you're trying to launch a business, a spiritual business, but you need to have another gig just to help you pay the bills in the process, like, get something low responsibility. Like, you don't need that like big job that you spent all that time earning a degree in order to get. Like, find something with low responsibility. You clock in, you do your thing, you clock out, you leave, and see it as a side job, no matter what it is, because your real thing is being of service to spirit. And that's the last thing they want me to remind you, is that when it comes to being a spiritual practitioner and offering your spiritual labor to others, your first role is serving the altar of the spirits who have supported you to be capable of doing this work. That is your first job. And your next job is to share that with others. Your next job is to share it with yourself, so you can get right within and be in a position to support others. And then the last job is being in support of others too. So, you got this. Take some spiritual baths. It's going to be helpful. And good luck. Okay, let's see who's next. All right, Lori. What guidance does my spirit squad have about my financial well-being? What shifts do I need to make to get out of debt cycles? Okay, let's talk about it. The first thing that they want me to share is that, I feel like I was just talking about this in Moon Shadows too. The first thing that they want me to share is we, you, all of us, need to be a little bit kinder with ourselves when it comes to things like debt cycles, because at least in the United States, the systems were built to keep us in these debt cycles, to draw us into them and keep us locked in for as long as possible. So being a little bit nicer to yourself and realizing, like, okay, this isn't, sure, like, I have made choices to get myself here. And also, the systems are set up so that I feel like I have no other choice but to make the choices that get me stuck here. Realizing that though we do play a part in these things, the systems set up around us also carry a lot of the responsibility when it comes to things like being in debt, being in a debt cycle. So that's part A of it. Part B, what do my spirit squad have to say about my financial well-being? Okay. Am I reading reversals? No. Okay. when it comes to what I'm getting is that you've sought help, you've sought out help in the past for when it comes to like your financial needs, your access to resource. And it seems like the help that came through for you might have been supportive at first, but kind of like dwindled quickly. That Knight of Wands, like I'm here for a good time, not a long time energy is coming through. Somebody or something was very enthusiastic about how much they could help you and change your life. And then it all kind of fizzled away really quickly. And you're sitting there like holding all of the, I don't know, I heard that like Bon Iver song. You're owning all the tickets, but like I'm holding all the fines, I think are the lyrics. But you're sitting there holding all of the fines, right? You're owing all of the fines. Your guides are saying not to give up hope on the support of others. Not to give up hope on the support of others, and to continue to allow yourself to be vulnerable in asking for the support that you need. It does seem like there are people who are already emotionally invested in you, who already have some sort of connection with you, not so much professionally, but more intimately than that, who would be willing to offer you the support that you need, but you have to be willing to ask for it. You have to be willing to, like I said earlier, be vulnerable enough to say what kind of help we need so that we can give others the opportunity to show up for us. On the bottom of the deck, I see the Ten of Swords, which is telling me that although the process might be a bit daunting, it does seem as though this season of feeling really like overworked, under-resourced is on its way to an end. And that the opportunities you've been looking for in order to feel more supported financially are on their way to you. I would ask your good spirits regularly to grant you the clarity to see the choices in front of you that will help you bring yourself into a position to be more well-resourced, and the courage to take those opportunities, and the courage to say no to the things that aren't aligned with helping you get into a better position. I'm also seeing, who is that? I'm seeing an apparition of the Blessed Mother, specifically Mary Undoer of Knots. She kind of helps us to detangle complicated situations. We're not necessarily trying to get rid of things, we're detangling. And petitioning Mary Undoer of Knots, perhaps saying her novena, is going to be helpful for you. Thank you, Lori. Okay, let's see who's next. All right, Delphi. I originally asked about ancestral elevation, but I'm now thinking general insight on what my spirits are working in the background on and how I can best support them. Felt the need to change my question, LOL. Okay, let's talk about it. What are your spirits working on in the background, and how can you help them? Is this the right deck? Yes, okay. Big shuffle, okay. Is this correct? Wands, wands, wands. For you, I pulled the Knight of Wands, the Two of Cups, and the Page of Wands. And what I'm getting from this, and then on the bottom of the deck, we have Judgment. I love this card. It's so intense. What I'm receiving is that your spirits have been supporting you through your nurturing your emotional connections to the people who are important in your life, to the people who are important in your life. Working overtime, they said, to clear out obstacles when it comes to these intimate connections. When it comes to these intimate connections. And they said, my darling, you have been a part of that process as well. And they need not want you to discredit yourself and the efforts that you have put into this work too. It feels like what comes next is they said the fire inside. Your connection to your body, to your inspiration, your passion, your comfort in your own body. They said a way that you can support us in this work is really supporting yourself. Being kind to your body. Being tender and affectionate to your body. Saying kind things to your body. Saying kind things to yourself in the mirror. They said singing affirmations of praise as you adorn yourself. And I see you putting on like moisturizer, maybe it's oils. And as you're doing this process, you are like complimenting yourself. You're hyping yourself up. You are singing your praises of gratitude for this vessel that the Creator made just for you, just for that incredible spirit that resides within this temple, to house, to protect, to express all of the things that are in this spirit through this body. And so it feels like this next season is really about you building a deeper, more intimate relationship with the physical vessel that you're walking around in on this earth in this lifetime. I'm also seeing you like saying affirmations over your hair as you're brushing out the tangles. Saying kind words to yourself as you're washing it and like scrubbing your scalp, making sure that as you're scrubbing your scalp in the shower, you are not only does it feel good, but also you are intentionally like clearing away any thoughts, any intrusive or self-deprecating thoughts that might rest up here. You're doing that when you're washing your hair. Any opinions of others that you've internalized as your own about yourself, about your body. That's what we're releasing every time we're in the shower. And then we're replacing it after the shower by all of the kind things you say over yourself as you're like moisturizing, getting ready. Okay? Okay, let's see who's next. I'm going to try to get to some of y'all who sent earlier. Let's see, but I really can't tell. Okay. Mava. Insight from my guía principal on spiritual development during this busy time for me. Yes. We're switching decks again. I drawing from the top or cutting deck? Cut the deck. Okay. All right, my dear. The first thing that's coming through is defend, and your good spirits are encouraging you, and I feel like it's almost like they're reminding you to be sure to arm your guardians at your altar. Whether it's an image of their preferred armory or a physical interpretation of it, it does feel like your warrior spirits, your guardian spirits, need some sort of physical manifestation of their tools on your altar. It's going to be very helpful for you. And the next thing that they are touching on is, it feels like once a week they'd like you to light the candle at your Boveda, at your altar, and just talk to them. Just listen. If you don't have anything to say, just listen. Do what you need to do to ground yourself and make you feel comfortable entering into trance, and sit and listen. And you know what I think is interesting about sitting at our altars is that we often feel like we don't have enough time. We don't have enough time because, I mean, life is busy and demanding. When I have those days, I'll set like my kitchen timer for like 10 minutes or 15 minutes or 5 minutes. And I usually come back from trance before it rings, and I'm always surprised by just how much happens in that little bit of time. Like, I might have only been gone for 3 minutes or 9 minutes or 13 minutes, but it can feel like I've been gone for hours, and not in an exhausting way, but in a really inspiring way. So even if you don't have a ton of time because you've got lots of stuff going on, in the little time that you do have, you can accomplish so much when it comes to sitting with your good spirits, lighting a candle, and bringing yourself closer to them. The next two cards I pulled are Understanding and Trust, and it does feel like your good spirits want to share more of their stories with you, because it is through these stories that you're going to learn more about yourself and also begin to trust yourself more. This trust isn't so much about others. It's about the trust that you have with yourself, the trust that you have with your gifts, with your abilities, with your intuitive knowings. And a lot of that comes from taking the time to sit with them and listen to them and let them reveal themselves more fully to you. Okay? Love it. Thank you, Mava. All right, let's see who's next. Okay. I'm going to try to get to folks who sent earlier. Cherub. Did I ever read for Cherub? Cherub, if you're here, I don't see your questions in the question box. So if you wouldn't mind resending them, that would be cool. Okay, let's see who else sent earlier. Patty. Okay, I see yours, Patty. Go away, you sent when the live started. Okay, I'll get to you too. I have some folks who sent them like yesterday, so I'm just trying, since the questions on IG aren't in order, I'm trying to go back to your donations and match them up that way. Would be cool if there was an easier way to do this. There probably is. I just don't know it yet. Wait, did I get to Flower Fairy? Okay. Let's do Patty. All right. What medicine is asking me to connect closer to it? Oh, I love this. What deck am I using? The green one. Okay. I love this question for you, Patty. Big shuffle. Okay. This is, for those who aren't familiar, this is the Green Gold Oracle by Star Feliz of Botánica Cimarrón. If you are not familiar, go check it out. This deck is extremely potent and beautiful. Like Liliana, Star is one of the people who inspired me to make my own deck. And when I got Star's deck, I was like, if mine doesn't hit and like impact people the same way this one does, I don't even want to make it. So I definitely encourage you to check it out. That's it. Okay. Do I cut it or pull from the top? Pull from the top. Okay. And then I'm pulling 2 cards from Offerings Oracle for you. Cut the deck. Okay. All right, Patty, it does feel like you are being called to build relationship with plants. I'm also getting this very paternal energy. Like there's some paternal, some like fatherly spirits. Fatherly spirits is correct, because I can't really tell which part of your lineage they're from, but they're very fatherly, very protector vibes. They're spirits who show us what masculinity can look like if we remove it from the context of white supremacy and patriarchy. There's this deconstruction that's inviting you to explore more fully. The card that I pulled from Star's deck is Malagueta, and I'm going to read to you what Star says about it, and then I'll get into some of the other cards that I've pulled for you. So, Malagueta is native to Central and South America. It's a leaf. It's associated with Mars. Interesting. And it's called the Father of the Hearth. Oh, this is perfect. I protect our Earth home. I move hot and fast into action. The ethereal plane is where I reach out to get within the cracks of any foundation. With haste, energies shift and realign. Movement is an honorable state that serves the renewal of life. I think this is really beautiful because this card is inviting you to investigate. Well, I think like not even investigate is the right word. This card is calling you to engage with these fatherly spirits who are part of your court, a part of your spiritual court, and explore what it is they have to share with you, to teach you, to impart on you. I think sometimes femmes can, we just like don't really have an interest in knowing any more men. And that's fine. But sometimes the like father figures of our spiritual courts, our ancestors, have a lot of really potent wisdom and technology to share with us. And it feels like these spirits do have something to offer to you and they want to share it to you. There's also this feeling of protection that comes through, and it feels like they want you to explore more around protection magic, protection of the home, protection of family, protection of children, and what that looks like for you in your spiritual practice. Down here I have candle and understanding, and understanding definitely feels directly related to these fatherly figures who are showing up for you. Fatherly, like, you know, the Emperor card in alignment. Fatherly, like the space that the Sierra Mountains take up, moving up and down the like line between California and Nevada. A fatherly space like the sequoias rising up through the forest and spreading their branches out that touch one another and provide this not only shade but also like protection for all of the life that lives within the forest. That's the type of stuff that they're trying to teach you and share with you now. It does feel like connecting with them through trance journeying is going to be the most helpful for you. It also feels like connecting with them while you're outside, whether it's gardening, going for a neighborhood walk. That's when you're going to find that you can receive their messages with greater ease. It feels like they've been knocking on your door for a while, trying to contact you, and they're very much like, we're here when you're ready. We're here when you're ready. And one of them is holding like a plant bundle. Looks like a very leafy branch, and it looks like they're getting ready, you know, to do like a barida, a limpia, with this big branch. Cedar. They said it's cedar. Thank you so much, Patty. Ah, I love that. We love queer things. All right, let's see who's next. Hi, Liza. Excuse me. Cherub, if you're back, would you please send me your question in the question box? Because I don't see it. I do see your Venmo, and I just want to make sure I don't miss you. And if you sent a donation but didn't put your IG handle, would you just go back and comment it for me so that I can keep track? Okay. I feel like I see some that I missed earlier. Like Flower Fairy, I don't see your IG name on here, and I just want to make sure I don't miss you. And then Melissa, I don't see your IG name, and I don't want to miss you either. Hibiscus Dreaming. Abrazos, Patty. My question is just advice from my team and guides. Red deck. Okay. Big shuffle. Okay. It's just one of those days where like the same cards keep showing up, and it's like, y'all saw me shuffle just now. I should do like a shuffle cam overhead. That would be cool. So first things first, Hibiscus Dreaming. They would like you to leave them an offering of libations. What I'm seeing is clear alcohol. So like clear rum. Yeah, it feels like clear rum, or even like a silver. No, they don't want silver tequila. They would like clear rum. They like just say what it is. Leaving them an offering of that would be really lovely if it's on your altar. If for whatever reason you cannot have alcohol inside of the house, you can always do like, I mean, they make a lot of really great non-alcoholic spirits, which is cool. You can also make a very strong tea. or an infusion, which would be nice. Or you can leave like a spiritual cologne that has a heavy alcohol base. That can work too. But they would really like some liquor. The next card that I'm seeing is water. So, got it. Your spirits are encouraging you to spend some time connecting to a natural body of water, be it a stream, a river, the ocean, whatever you have access to. You don't need to do anything, but your spirits are encouraging you to spend some time at a natural body of water, preferably one that you can at the very least get your feet wet in. If you can put your whole body in, cool. I personally don't love lakes. Too many spirits like stuck in there. It's not the vibe. It's like swimming in a graveyard. Moving water, better. Stream, creek, river, ocean, those are the vibes. And I do feel like it's important for you to ask permission from the land spirits there and the water spirits, and then B, leave a small offering for them before you actually get into the water. Doesn't need to be something huge and wild. You know, it could be a pinch of tobacco. It could be some flowers from your own garden or that you've picked yourself. It could be some corn seeds or dry nuts, dry beans, even just like a little pinch. Leave something there for the spirits, or even like pouring out a little bit of alcohol if that's something you're comfortable with, for the land and river spirits there. And when you're in the water, you're asking the good spirits of that water to help cleanse you and connect you more intimately with the spirits of this good earth. It does feel like your land ancestors are reaching out to you right now. Our land ancestors are our dearly departed who have rather than like going to some sort of ethereal ancestral realm, they've become a part of the land itself, which isn't the same thing as being earthbound, because when you're earthbound, it's like you're still dealing with your shit. You're like grappling at transitioning to the afterlife. Like there's some unwellness that comes with being earthbound. Being a land ancestor is being a guardian, and it is an honor. And those land ancestors seem to be reaching out to you. I see their faces in the rocks of the environment where you go and get into the water. For you, just like with everybody else, there's like something up with this new moon. Oh, it's magic. There's something magical about this new moon for you. And I would just make sure to spend some time communing with your good spirits during that new moon. Finally, I see the defend card, and what are we saying? It's about the rose. The spirit of the rose is also reaching out to connect with you. Roses are so cool because they've been around for like millions of years and they've seen some shit, and they're very protective but also very soft and tender. The spirit of the rose is inviting you to commune with them more and to open yourself up to the messages and the support that they have to offer to you. Thank you, Hibiscus. Safina, let me see if your question is still in the box. It feels like questions are being deleted. I'm not even doing anything. Like, how does that happen? Safina, I don't see your question in the box. That's so weird. Will you drop it again if you can? I'm so sorry. Okay, Christy scribbles. Oh, I see you, Christy. Okay. Anything the guides want me to know would be appreciated. Okay. Red deck. Okay. Big shuffle. Okay. Cut the deck. Okay. If this live cuts off before I'm able to get to everybody, I will just turn the live back on. But I'm a little bit scared that I'm going to lose your questions. So I'm going to screenshot them all right now, because I've been here before. Just screenshot everyone's questions just in case, All right, Christy. So the first two cards that popped up for you are Silence and Rest. And it feels like we need to take some time away from our distractions. And the things that are the noisiest in most of our lives are like social media. Hi, where you're seeing me. Social media, checking our work email when we're not at work. Where are we pouring too much energy that's not pouring back into us? It's time to take a break from like the extra noise. And I think it's important to add, like, taking a break from the noise doesn't mean that we are ignoring the realities of the world around us. But the truth is, like, our brains weren't made to take in information as rapidly and as horrific as we are constantly being bombarded with, because, I mean, the reality of what's happening in a world where the US empire feels the need to show everybody that they think they have the biggest dick. So taking a little break, making sure that you're creating boundaries with like your phone, with even like, you know, sometimes binge watching shows can be comforting and healing, but also sometimes it can be a way for us to like turn our brains all the way off so that we can't have intimacy with our good spirits or with others. So just be mindful of the things that are a distraction so that you can have like some real rest and some real quiet, some peace of mind, peace of heart. It does feel like music is really helpful for you though. The next card I'm pulling is Devotion, and your good spirits are inviting you to lean further into your spiritual disciplines. What do your routines with spirit look like? How can they change? How can they be expanded on? Or like, even if they don't need to be bigger, how can we be more consistent with them? Finally, I have the Moon card for you. This card is obsessed with all of us today. And once again, the vibe that I'm getting is there's some sort of exploration and information that seems to be coming with this new moon that's coming up on, I think, Monday. The Datura flower is also speaking to me quite a bit, and there might be some medicine there for you to explore as you investigate your relationship to Datura flower. This is a poisonous plant, so you don't need to go pick them, but learn about it. I think that we receive so much rich spiritual information when we look at the like biology of plants that are brought to our attention. Not even Googling like Datura, spiritual meaning, but like Datura, where does it grow naturally? Where does it grow? Where has it been planted and has it become naturalized? Where is it an invasive species? What kind of soil does it need? What kind of light does it need? What kind of animals interact with it? What kind of other plants interact with it? Finding out this information often gives us a wealth of information spiritually, even though we're just looking up the like sciencey stuff. All right. Thank you, Christy. Okay. Safina, I definitely got your donation. I just don't see your question. I feel a little bit crazy. Okay, let's see. Oh my gosh, it's not, you just said you resubmitted your question and it's not showing up. This is rude. This is rude. Okay, drop it in the chat for me. It's so annoying. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I will find a better way for us to do this in the future. Maybe we need to switch over to like YouTube or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But Safina, you can drop your question in the chat for me. I'm gonna use the restroom really quickly because I just chugged a lot of water, and then we'll keep going. And like I said, if we get disconnected, I took photos, screenshots of all the questions that I do have. And we'll just start back up again, okay? BRB. Okay, I'm back. The little kids next door singing the Peaches song from the Mario movie. It's funny. Oatmeal Mommy. Okay. Let's get to Oatmeal Mommy. I feel like I saw that one. Okay, Safina, I'm going to do you, and then I'll get to you, Oatmeal Mommy. Supported by my good spirits, I started my tarot and astro comic biz this year, but feels like momentum bringing in income is slow. I feel like my services are strong. Do my spirits have any guidance for me? Okay, cool. I got you, Sabina. Safina. Sabina is someone else. So a card that I'm seeing immediately is patience before I even like pull physical cards. That is so weird. There's 2 libation cards in this deck too. I want to know if y'all got Offerings Oracle with duplicate cards inside. I'm so curious. Like what is going on here? So the first thing I'm seeing is libations, and it feels like your spirits are encouraging you to make a consistent offering, not of alcohol actually, but of tea, like having tea time with them specifically feels really important. And I'm seeing a very like, I don't know, like earthy, like musky, like earthy flavors, like cloves. They're not looking for chamomile. They want a nice, like hearty, rich kind of tea. Trying to do that once a week. Having tea time with your spirits is going to be helpful in pumping them up with more energy so that they can support you in building this spiritual business. The next thing that they keep bringing up is patience around it. And like, this is just more of like a practical advice, not so much a channeled advice, but from what I've been hearing in conversation with other spiritual and mystical practitioners is that like this month has been kind of slow in general. it's kind of a difficult time to be a spiritual service provider, because at the end of the day, like, inflation is hard, everything is expensive, and things like our services become a luxury. The next thing they want to encourage you to do is they're like, how are people finding you? They really want to encourage you to start making yourself more present and known. Like, what does that mean for you? Does it mean, you know, having a more active social media? Does it mean building up your email list? You don't have to do all the things, but what is something that you can start doing in order to remind your clients that, like, you exist, you're here, and your services are here? Unless you are talking about what it is that you are able to do, like, people are going to forget that you're there, and it's not your fault. It's not like you're forgettable, but like, all of our brains are distracted by the horrors and the hardships. So, you know, we don't think about things until we really need them, and then sometimes we don't know where to go when we do need them. So making sure that you are being a vocal presence in your client's life is going to be helpful. The other thing they're encouraging you to do is to consider making some sort of like referral program, whether it's like, thank you so much for your reading, here's a discount for a friend if you refer a friend. Or if you know, oh, thank you so much for the review, here's a discount for a friend. But thinking about planning some sort of referral situation is going to be really helpful, because word of mouth is powerful. But making it known that there's some sort of incentive for referring you to others is going to be helpful too. But at the end of the day, like, the two most important things are A, being more vocal on whatever platform you choose to engage with, and B, taking the time each week to have tea time with your good spirits so that they feel energized and able to support you in the ways that they can. Okay, Oatmeal Mommy. I'd love to ask my guides about my love life and the person I think I must leave, create boundaries with, unless there's something else they want to talk about more. No, they want to talk about this. They want to talk about this. Okay, let's get into it. Shuffle again. Okay. A big shuffle or hand over hand? Big. Okay. Cut the deck. Okay. Got it. Okay, what your spirits are showing me is the benefits of creating boundaries with this person. They're like, you already know what you need to do. They're like, you already know what you need to do, but they want to offer you some encouragement for doing so. And what I pulled here is the Page of Pentacles, the Four of Swords, the Ten of Pentacles, and most deliciously, the Two of Cups. And what they're sharing with me is that by implementing and honoring these boundaries that you already know you need to create, you will find yourself in a position where you actually get to know yourself a little bit better, where you are feeling inspired by the world around you and the world that exists within you. There's this part of you that desires to be seen, to be explored, to be shared. And it seems as though the relationship that you have to this person is like making you feel a little bit smaller, like making you feel like you have to hide parts of yourself. And your good spirits are like, for what? This part of you is so wonderful and exciting, and like delicious is the word that I keep getting. And someone who makes you feel like you need to take pause and conceal this part of you, it's not someone who's going to be aligned with you in the long run or beneficial for you to be engaging with in the long run. I do see a need to take a step back and take a little bit of rest after you implement these boundaries. What your guides don't want you to do is like bounce from one situation to another, tempting as it may be. And obviously you're going to do whatever you want at the end of the day. You're going to do whatever you want. But your guides are saying it would be nice to like take a little step back from, romantic endeavors once you set these important boundaries with this person, once you create some distance with this person, because what I see coming from allowing yourself to take a step back, to take a little rest, is the opportunity to find partnership that is more aligned with you long term, the type of partnership that supports you in building your legacy, the type of partnership that supports you in setting down roots, the type of partnership that supports you in being who you are and sharing that version of you with the world around you, rather than making you tuck it away neatly somewhere deep inside. That space that you're taking from the person physically, along with that restful space you're taking for yourself following, is really there to open up doors to partnerships that are more fruitful and aligned, and allow both, everyone who's concerned to build futures together. Build futures together. And I like that for you. And TBH, like, this is just your spirits being a little bit shady. I feel like your spirits don't get along with that person's spirits. This person you want to build boundaries with, like, it's not just about the two of you, it's about all of the spirits who are behind you as well. And they're all looking at each other like the sharks and the jets. They're just not interested. They're like, we just don't get along. And that's okay. It's like that sometimes. Okay. I'm going to try to keep going down the Venmo list. Divine Octave. Okay. Ah, there you are. All right. Amazing. This coffee's not good. No. Okay. Anything the guides would like to share with me? Yeah, you got it. I'm hearing a song. It's Lean on Me. Dun 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 dun. It feels like your spirits speak to you a lot through media, especially song. And in those moments where you like turn on the radio, turn on Spotify or whatever title, and you feel something when you hear that song, whether it's you're hearing it for the first time or for the millionth time, that's really them talking to you. And they're encouraging you to like embrace that, to explore that further as a method of like divination and just communication in general. It's funny because I'm working on a class for exactly this. It'll be for my Moon Shadows members, so if you want to be a part of Moon Shadows, we are opening on September 1st. But this is something you can obviously explore on your own. You don't need me to do it. But music, divination through music seems to be like a big way that your spirits speak to you. And it does feel like your spirits are inviting you to open yourself up to more intimacy with other people, right? We all need somebody to lean on. And it does feel like there have been times in your life where relationships with others have been turbulent, or you've taken on a lot more emotional labor than others. There's just been like a general imbalance, and there are a few things that we can learn from this. One is like having better communication about what's going on rather than internalizing it all and just becoming resentful. And also, like, when we do talk to other people about it, learning about who they are by the way that they respond. If I'm coming to you and speaking in kindness about what I'm experiencing in my relationship with you, I would hope that if you love me too, you want to talk about it and we can share and learn and repair. But if there's just this like shutdown, like that tells you what you need to know. And I feel like you've in the past experienced a lot of like fighting back rather than constructive conversation, and it kind of shuts you down to new opportunities to connect with other people. But you, like everyone, you need other people in your life. Like, we are not meant to do this alone. We are not meant to do this life alone. And so after this season of kind of like taking a step back and, you know, like, I don't think I want to share with my energy with anyone, your guides are like, okay, but what's it going to look like next? Because we can't have you all alone forever. You can't have you all alone forever. And this isn't even about romantic connections unless you want it to be, but friendships, true friendships, which I think we should have more romantic friendships. It sounds like fun. And more friendly romances. Charlotte recently posted about this, Lotus in a Sea of Fire on IG. And your guides are, this is certainly an exercise in vulnerability for you and taking risk. And there's always risk involved when we are connecting with other people in an intimate way, whether it's friends or lovers. And that risk is scary. It's a gamble, but it's one that in the end can be very much well worth it. And it seems like that is the season your spirits are calling you to step into now. Thank you, Divine Octave. Okay, 005 waves, I got you. Cherub, if you're here, will you drop your question in the chat because it's vanished from the questions box, unfortunately. Okay, go away. I know your question is in here. Go away. I saw it. Here we go. Okay, Venmo, it says, go away. I see you noting here that you submitted for 2 questions, but I don't see the questions. No, go away. You didn't miss it, but will you resubmit your questions? Because I see your note that, like, you donated for 2, but I don't see the questions themselves. I'm going to go to Changi just for now, and then I'll come back to you. Go away. Oh, they're on the Venmo request. Okay, you got it. Then I'll come back to you, Changi. Oh, shit. I don't want to lose it. Fuck. Did I just lose Changi's question in the process? Okay, it's still there. All right. So, I got you. Go away. You said it was on the Venmo request. I'm going to open it up right now. Where'd it go? I just saw it. Fuck, I just saw it. Okay. Are there any spirit guides who want to introduce themselves? And then the second question is, what advice do my good spirits have for me regarding the recent shift in my marriage? They want to start with your second question about marriage. Okay. Okay. Do I do a big shuffle? No, that's it. Nope, that's it. Are these the right cards? Yes. Okay. I'm hearing this song think it's a Rilo Kiley song. So I just aged myself a little bit. But it goes, are we breaking up? Is there something off between you and I? It definitely feels like, I mean, you said it, there's a shift. There's a shift, and I see some tension. And it seems like a lot of the tension isn't even being properly like vocalized, and we aren't having the conversations about what's going on. I'm also seeing that some of the tension is tied to resources and finance. And it honestly, it seems like there needs to be a big sit down, because right now we're all just kind of stuck. We're at this standstill where we're not resolving anything. We're not really talking about what we both feel is going on, and how can we decide what's next if we're just at this like stalemate in our partnership. So your spirits are encouraging you to like take the time with one another to have these really important conversations, especially around money. It feels like money resource is the big thing that needs to be resolved right now. With that said, the spirit guide question is for your mom. Got it. With that said, what I see going forward is the world, which tells me that like, look, this is a difficult time. This is an uncomfortable time. It feels very stagnant and stuck. But you opening your mouth, using your words, and being really real about what's going on in your head, what you're witnessing very clearly in front of you, and asking for the information that you still need is what's going to help you make the important decisions to bring you into this feeling of liberation and trust and affection and care. This situation is uncomfortable, and TBH, your spirits aren't really sure which way it's going to go at this point. A lot of it's not up to them. There's a lot of free will involved when it comes to your partner and how willing they are to participate in the conversations and repair that are necessary. It doesn't feel like they're going to bring it up at any time, and that's annoying, but it seems like you're going to be the one who needs to bring it up. You're going to be the one that has to bring attention to this in order for y'all to reach some sort of resolve, whatever that resolve looks like. With that being said, whether it's we're resolving this together or we're resolving this separately, your spirits really are being very encouraging with not only the world, but the Magician. And they're saying like, look, whatever comes of this, you're going to be fine. You're not just going to be fine, like you're going to be the world fine. Like, no, everything is good and feels good. And I know I'm okay. And I know there's a beautiful future in front of me, because what comes after the world? The Fool. When we are taking chances and trying new things and following our heart's desires, and your partner is the one who's really holding the ball in their court. Like, do you want to be a part of this next chapter that looks pretty fucking beautiful and magical with me, or am I doing this because I'm doing it no matter what? Do you want to be here for it? Do you want to ride with me or not? On the bottom of the deck, I do see this Three of Pentacles, who's reminding you, especially when it comes to like all of this like kind of funky financial energy, that like it might be helpful to talk to someone who is proficient in the particular avenue of finance that y'all need some clarification and support on. Sometimes we need outside help, and it seems like y'all might need some outside help in order to sort through whatever this, like, your spirits are saying mess. I'm not going to be judgmental. It's listen, it's hard out here, okay? But it might be helpful for you to get like a professional outside opinion, some professional outside support about these things that are causing some frustration, some imbalance in your financial relationship with one another, okay? Thank you, my dear. I know. The eyes covered emoji. I know. It's gonna be okay. Hold on to that World card. And then the second question you submitted was for your mom, is about spirit guides who would like to introduce themselves. And then after this, I will get to you, Changi, because your question's just hanging out here on the screen because I didn't want to lose it. Okay, for your mommy. Okay. This woman, okay, is petite, has short hair, very like 1920s, like hair chopped off, angular, like a skirt that shows her ankles. I see the little like Mary Jane heel. No gloves. Rouge on the elbows. Rouge on the knees. What's your name? Sarah. Her name's Sarah. And she's like, I'm gonna help your mom, like, loosen up. She's very progressive for her time. And it seems like her main focus right now in your mom's life is to invite a bit more fun, playfulness, exploration. She's really good at approaching those things that your mom has felt like she hasn't been able to do. Oh, I could never do that. I think that's so cool, but I could never do that. And Sarah's like, why not? Like, why not? Why not? She is kind of sassy, very clever, very sharp and quick-witted, and she keeps people on their toes. And she would love to spend more time encouraging your mom to explore what exists beyond the boundaries that she's created for herself in her life. What more is out there? Let's go find out, is what she says. Let's go find out. Let's go find out together. Ooh, there she goes. Okay. Okay, Changi. I'm going through a recent breakup and would love to know what is something I should keep in mind and close to me during this healing journey. I think that's a very sweet question. Is this the right deck? No. Tarot deck. Okay. 2 cards. Okay. That's it. Okay. So for you, I pulled the 2 of Cups, the 6 of Pentacles, and the 6 of Wands. And what I'm hearing from your spirits is you were born to love and to be loved. This bump in the road was certainly unexpected. And we feel there's more to the story than what's been expressed. However, you need not waste time trying to uncover what's been intentionally obscured. Ooh. That's weird. My timer went off. What this person has lost, you have not lost, which is your capacity. which is your capacity for care, for affection, for intimacy, for tenderness, for love. All of this still exists within you, even without their partnership. To be honest, we have a feeling they may come back around. Though you need not wait for them. Allow yourself to grieve. Allow yourself to cry. But also please allow yourself to play, to go outside, to make friends, to experience joy, to continue making connections, new ones. We love you, and we know your love in this lifetime will be well reciprocated. Whew. Thank you, Changi. Okay. Cherub, are you back? Are you here? No. Okay. Let's see who's next. Free Hearts. Oh yeah, Chingy. What was your other question? I think only one popped up. Will you drop your second question in the chat for me? I'm going to do Free Hearts right now, and then Chingy, if you could drop your second question in the chat because it disappeared from the question box. But I did receive both donations from you, so I just want to make sure I get to both. Free Hearts, what does Spirit want me to know now? And then I'll come right back to you, Chingy. This deck. Okay, for you, Free Hearts, we're doing the red. Free Hearts, you've been so supportive of my work, like, since the very early days, and I just want to say thank you. Like, you've been around for a long time, and I think that's cool. Can I amend my question to include know and do? What does Spirit want me to know and do now? Yeah, that's it. Okay. So I pulled a few cards for you from Offerings Oracle. When it comes to what to know, I pulled Olympia. And your good spirits are encouraging you to almost approach this from an academic standpoint, to spend more time learning and cultivating your skills when it comes to limpias, whether it's water, smoke, herbal, visual. It's kind of like this is your time to really explore that from an educational perspective so that you can expand your tool set, because I almost feel like this is something that you're not only going to do for yourself, but this is turning into something that you're likely going to do for others. Spiritual baños. I almost feel like making baths is going to be something that's really interesting for you. Spiritual waters seem really important for you, especially because the next card, like what to do, is silence. But this is also a very watery card. See, both of them have water in them. What you can do is make sure that you are taking time, especially because on the bottom of the deck I see Vision Quest here, making sure that you are taking time to sit intentionally at your altar with your good spirits. Let them know that you are there to receive any information from them that they desire to share with you. Receive any inspiration from them that they desire to share with you. Also, just like for you too, I feel like taking breaks from socials, making sure that you're implementing maybe some stronger boundaries right now with socials or whatever else, whatever your distraction of choice is. Maybe it's not the internet, maybe it's something totally different, but reevaluating and implementing boundaries from the things that distract you so that you can have a little bit more quiet time with your good spirits is going to be really helpful. But yes, the most important thing I'm seeing here is learning more from like a student perspective, an educational perspective, whether it's self-education, reading books, learning from all of the free content that's out there, or it's, signing up for someone's class or signing up for a mentorship, what have you. Learning more about the different limpia techniques, I think, is going to be really inspiring for you, and investigating and exploring your relationship to like spiritual baths and how you make them yourself is going to be really interesting for you. It does feel like there's a bit of a spiritual awakening that's happening here, and your guides are asking you to like step into it. Step into it. Okay, Changi, I see your second question now. Whether this new chapter in Irvine will have the partnership I desire, and whether it's in my best interest to have left. I heard immediately, it certainly is in your best interest to have left. So there's that part. Oh, that's it. Okay. What they're telling me is all places in our lives have the potential to connect us with people that we can find love, friendship, intimacy, romance with. Rather than asking your spirits, is this the place where I will find it? What they're encouraging you to consider is, what can I do to open myself up to that type of connection, to draw that type of connection closer to me in my life. What I'm getting is TBH, I don't think the person, not I don't think, what your spirits are telling me is like, the people for you, the people with the most potential for you romantically, probably aren't in Irvine. You might want to, like, whenever you get invitations to hang out outside of the city, and like, I don't know what your transportation situation is like, it's hard getting places for lots of people, for everyone. But when you get opportunities to hang out like outside of your environment, it seems like that's when you have more romantic potential. Or maybe it's even like somebody saying yes to doing activities outside of the house is crucial. Whether it's in Irvine or you're visiting neighboring cities or neighboring counties, it does feel like the person or persons that you will tend to have a more positive connection with are likely people who are not living in Irvine themselves. So you might be out and about with like friends from school or whatever, and maybe you're in Irvine, but the people that you meet are like, oh no, I don't live here. I live like in fucking Santa Monica or something crazy like that. I don't know. But it does seem like the ones you have most potential with probably aren't people who actually live in Irvine. Maybe they're from there, but they don't like live there currently. It feels like the most important thing you could be doing right now to like align you with meeting someone who you have like an aligned romantic connection with is like saying yes to opportunities to leave the house, saying yes to opportunities to leave the house and do social stuff, which, I mean, is scary. Like, COVID is still a thing. Making friends as an adult is scary. But, you know, saying yes to the opportunities in ways that, you know, you still feel safe and comfortable. But socializing seems to help a lot. Socializing seems to be the key to connection. Okay, let's see who's next. All right, Chengi, we got you. Carolina, we already got you. Who's PML? I see you. Just really need a reading of my love life. Okay. Is this the right deck? Yes. Okay. Cut it? Yes. Okay. Ooh, I can feel Ava. On the bottom of the deck, we have the Five of Cups. And what I'm getting is, I don't know if you're currently partnered or not, but what I'm sensing is there's still a very active connection to someone from your past. Whether or not y'all are still secretly checking each other's IG stories, or maybe it's more of an active connection, I'm not sure, but it does feel like there is a person from your past who is taking up a lot of time and energy from your potential to have other romantic connections. And it's kind of annoying because it's like this person doesn't want to commit themselves to you or anyone, quite frankly. But they also don't want anyone else to have you, which is selfish and rude. I am seeing a need for not just cord cutting, but like uprooting those cords. To cut them is not enough. We need to pluck them out and remove them. But here's the thing. Cord cutting, cord removal only works if you really want it. If a part of you is still like, okay, yeah, I'm going to cut these cords, but also I'm not going to delete their number and block them. Also, I'm not going to block their Finsta that I know is theirs that they've been checking my IG from. Also, I'm still going to check their page from my own Finsta sometimes. Like, then the cord cutting is not going to be effective. It's just going to grow right back. Yes, cord cutting is important, but your good spirits are like, but are you ready? Like, do you want it? It feels like there's definitely some grief that still needs to be worked through and processed. And what comes from this, and you know what, like, if you're not ready, start telling your spirits, like, grant me the capacity to feel ready to let go of this. And when we're asking our spirits for big things like this, like, we can't ask once. Like, these prayers, these petitions need to be consistent. I say this all the time. It's like a vitamin regimen or a skincare regimen. You can't just do it once and expect results. This is something that needs to be integrated into your life on a very routine and daily basis in order for the effects to take place. So asking your spirits with regularity, like, please grant me the capacity to be ready to release this cord, be ready to release this connection, is going to be really helpful. I also feel like when you're ready to release the cord, it might also be helpful to ask your spirits to support you in releasing any like cosmic, karmic, soul contracts that you may have with this person. Because it does seem like this connection is more deeply rooted than just one lifetime. It seems like it might be lifetimes past. And they've really just kind of like imprinted themselves all over you. And I wonder if their energy has a way of like deterring or disrupting romantic connections with other people, whether it's your present partners or past partners after this person, I'm not sure. But I definitely sense like their energy creates like disturbance in your ability to have meaningful romantic connections with others. And it's probably really frustrating for you. When you're ready to release it, it does feel like a lot of that stuff is going to alleviate, and you're going to find yourself in a position where like you feel a lot more confident in who you are. You feel a lot more confident in what you have to offer others and what you know you need within the context of a romantic relationship. And you'll feel a lot more supported too by the types of people that you end up engaging with. And then finally, like, it feels like you're going to feel brave enough to take more risks when it comes to your romantic partnerships, because you've been able to release yourself from the hold that this person in your past seems to still have over you. There's a workshop in Moon Shadows called Love, Vows, and the Afterlife, and we go deep into contracts that we've created and cords that we've created with lovers and romantic partners and how to release them if that's something you're interested in. I do think it could be supportive for you, but otherwise, you know, like, you can figure out how to do, you might have already done cord cuttings on your own, but I don't think cord cutting is enough. Uprooting, but more importantly, wanting that cord to be gone. Most importantly, wanting that cord to be gone, and then uprooting the cord and removing it, important. And then doing some divination to determine if there are connections from past lives or contracts from past lives or alternate lives with that person that are still disrupting the present, so that you can dissolve them. Okay, let's see. Death Alchemist, I got you. Janine, I got you. Moon Day, I got you. Bunny Burnout, I got you. Alright. Kiki Perez, let me make sure your question is still here. I feel like I saw it. Okay, I see you. I'd love to connect with the group of 5 or any other guides that would like to come in. Also open to hearing anything regarding yesterday's funeral and this next stage in my life. Okay. It feels like they want to talk about the next stage in your life. Cut the deck. Okay. Are these the right cards? Yes. Yes. Okay. In regard to yesterday's funeral, as you called it, it does seem as though there is still some uncrossing work left to be done. Some detangling, if you will, that's yet to be done. For you, I pulled the 2 of Swords, and this is telling me that, like, you've begun the process. It feels like you've taken the blindfold off, but now it's time to put those swords down. It's time to put those swords down. You've opened your eyes, but now it's time to open your heart too. What I see following this work is the Wheel of Fortune and the 3 of Pentacles. And the Wheel of Fortune in particular is inviting you to explore your passions through education, be it self-education or, you know, working under a teacher or a mentor or a guide. But it seems like looking at your interests, the work that you enjoy doing, and figuring out how to be like better at it or to learn other techniques and approaches is going to be really inspiring for you. Beneath that, I also have the Hierophant, which again is reinforcing this idea of exploring education for yourself, whether it's through traditional academic lens or other. exploring those things that you're very interested in and you feel like you're really good at when it comes to working for yourself, working with others. I do feel like this last bit of uncrossing work is definitely connected with you feeling deserving of getting to pursue these paths of higher education or further education. So it's worthwhile to take the time to do that little bit of uncrossing work that still needs to be done when we're ending big things or when we're manifesting big things. It's not unusual to have to do ritual, do ceremony more than once in order to accomplish our goal. I think that magic is